I'm pretty sure that's what we did. You did the first one for the addition ratings or the big one? All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, did we end up with any LEPs? No? Okay, right. Excellent. All right, this is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 3rd, 2023. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 2 a.m. calendar on the first of the month will apply to all these hearings. And before we begin, I'm going to read the victim's rights advisement for those victims who are here in the courtroom observing the proceedings or anybody who may be watching remotely. All right, if you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, before we begin, I forgot Ms. Sauer, number 5 on the calendar. Pretrial did not locate an MVD record. Normally, I would have an MVD record, and that's a case where I did not see that they provided any basis for the allegation of aggravated DUI. So I thought I would let you know if that's anything you can work on. I'll put them toward the end of the calendar. Otherwise, that will be a no PC.
Okay, got it. I'll see what I can find.
But I'm putting them at the end of the calendar. Okay. And I think he's got a lot of time on the clock, so if you wanted more, you could do that too. But like I said, normally we get motor vehicle records, and I did not. Okay. All right, I'm going to start with Mr. Isaac Garza, and then after that, we will do Steve Garcia. If you'll go wait in the chair, you'll be out for Mr. Garza. So Mr. Garza is right here at the podium, and then Mr. Garcia, if you go sit in the chair just inside that door, you'll be next. All right, good morning, or no, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth? And we're not signing today. We're not signing this afternoon.
I thought I was gonna have to say
Sorry.
shit.
No,
Isaac Garcia, 8906,
8906. Okay.
2006.
All right, sir. You're here on a new case, and also, sorry, I thought she said something, and also a hold in your probation case. In the new case, you were arrested for possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. It's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that. You were also booked in for possessing dangerous drugs and possessing a weapon during the commission of a drug offense, but I did not find probable cause for those because the police didn't provide enough information to support the allegation that what you had was a dangerous drug. So I'm just not setting release conditions for those. I'm ignoring them for purposes of setting release conditions, basically. But I do find probable cause for the possession of a weapon by a prohibited person.
Yeah.
I am appointing a lawyer for you. You can talk to your lawyer about how all of that works.
Yeah, no.
And you're also here on a term 1 hold in your probation case. That means probation is notifying the court and you that they will be filing a petition to revoke your probation based on this new arrest. So I am giving you a lawyer in that case also, because you're back in court on that. So I'm giving you slightly different court dates right now for the 2 cases. Eventually they will come together in the system. Number 14 on the calendar, that's the new case, the weapon case. You're going to have a status conference June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That's next Tuesday. Preliminary hearing June 11th at 8:30. In the probation case, your court date is going to be in between those, which is June 10th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing. And the court finds that you will, in all reasonable probability, be revoked to prison in your probation case. So you do not have bail. You're held without bail in your probation case today. In the new case, the weapon case, the court sets bail in the amount of $25,000. It is secured with written conditions, although you shouldn't try to post that unless you're sure you're going to get out on everything, because you are held without bond in your probation case. You'll be back in court next week on everything, and you can speak to your lawyer then. If you'll step to your left, she has your paperwork for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead and have.
All right, then let's do Mr. Garcia's case. And after that, Joe Trujillo, will you please go to the chair? Good afternoon, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Stephen Andy Garcia, 7/4/2001.
And is it Stephen with an N at the end? Stephen?
Yeah, Stephen,
Okay,
Steve.
thanks. We just have Steve, but
Yeah.
your full legal name has an N?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, 7/4/01?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then the appearance of the state.
Dawn Tower on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay,
Good
thank you.
afternoon.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you have been arrested on the following allegation: murder in the first degree. It is a class 1 felony. 2 allegations of kidnapping as class 2 felonies. 1 allegation of discharging a firearm at a residence. That's a class 2 felony. 1 allegation of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a class 4 felony. And 1 allegation of aggravated assault, which is a class 3 felony. I tried to change that, but I find probable cause on that for a class 3. Based on what the police have presented, there is probable cause for all of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm scheduling your next 2 court dates. That'll be a status conference June 9th, which is this Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That address will be on your paperwork. Your preliminary hearing will be June 11th at 8:30 in the same court. Before I set conditions of bail or release, I'm going to hear from the state. I'm also going to hear from the victim representative, or the victim, sorry. And so I just need you to keep eyes front while I do all of that, and then I'll come back to you. Did you want to go first this hour, or did you want me to hear from the victim?
Your Honor, first I would like to address the state's motion to seal the live feed, or to turn off the live.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't get one. Okay, well, I don't really intend to discuss the facts of the case. What part of this? Okay, let me, I'm sorry, I did not see it. Okay, I apologize. Let me read it. One moment, Mr. Garcia, just hold tight.
All right.
Okay, I've read that, and Ms. Sauer, as is my consistent position, unless you intend to go into the facts, I'm inclined to order the bail requested by the state, that the heavy emphasis on open public court proceedings, I don't believe the motion is justified. Did you want to argue the motion some more, or tell me, what, that this is not, So I plan to deny it unless you can talk me out of it.
I was going to mention some of the evidence to support the higher cash bond, but I think I just heard you say you're inclined to provide it. Then I'll accept the court's decision, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I am cognizant of the fact that the idea that we seal the live feed is one that's relatively new, and isn't one that the court is persuaded on, in a general way. We allow the state to file that motion, and I believe there could be scenarios in which the court finds what is argued persuasive. To be persuasive. But, as a general rule in serious high-profile cases where there are even the kinds of allegation in this case, the courts haven't done that, and nobody is putting forward information saying that with any regularity that the existence of the live feed has increased risk in the community or any of that. And so it's not a motion that I, in particular, find generically persuasive, even in dangerous cases. The presumption in all of our country is open public court proceedings, open proceedings to the greatest extent possible. I understand the motion and attempting to parse the live feed from public access. I'm just generally unpersuaded by it. But theoretically, I could be persuaded. Certainly, the court always allows the state to file that, or to provide that motion, I should say, since we don't file things here. But so that is denied. All right. Did you want to be heard on release conditions, or want me to hear from the victim first?
Your Honor,
Sir, do you want to be heard about the live feed motion?
what?
All we're talking about is the motion to seal. This is being live streamed on the internet.
Yeah.
The state filed a motion to shut off the live feed. I didn't see it. So we are currently being streamed on the internet.
All right.
Did you want to be heard on that motion? Because that's all I'm talking about right now.
No.
All right. Did you want to be heard on conditions of bail or release?
Your Honor, also the sealing of the Form 4?
Oh, that's granted. Is that, okay.
That requires.
Yeah, and you're making, because I need you to make an oral motion in court.
The state moved
to
seal the.
Not a problem at all. All right, and so that's granted, and all that means, Mr. Garcia, is that the Form 4, which is the police paperwork, it contains details about the investigation, about the things that the police are working on right now that could jeopardize either the investigation or the people in the community. If it goes immediately into the public record, you are entitled to all discovery that defendants are entitled to through your lawyer. Nothing about me granting that motion is going to impair your and your lawyer's ability to get information from the state. It just prevents it from going immediately into the public record or into the media. And that is something that we have often and always done because of the sensitivity of investigations like this. And there certainly are, allegations of other witnesses who could be subject to intimidation. So that is granted. And so, release conditions, do you want to stand on your written recommendation?
I will make a oral recommendation as well, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Although I am going to be much more vague than I was intending to, without any specific facts, but I believe Your Honor will know what I'm referencing. Typically the state requests a $1 million cash bond in murder cases, especially second-degree murder cases, and the court typically grants that. This murder was premeditated. The charge is first degree. It was very premeditated. It was brutal, heinous. It was clearly an intent to kill with the actions that were committed by the defendant. His actions after the murder, the actions, I was trying to figure out a different way to say what I was going to say.
I do have a written recommendation.
The kidnapping charges and surrounding those circumstances, his belonging to a gang. The state is concerned about witness intimidation. It's concerned about what fellow gang members may do that are still out in the community. And the state believes that the $1.5 million cash bond requested would be appropriate. And if posted, no contact with the victim's family, no contact with any gang members, no contact with any of these multiple other people that were present that could potentially face charges as conspirators or accomplices. And let me just check my electronic monitoring if I didn't say that.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to hear from the victim next, and if you'll unmute the microphone, if you guys will just tap the microphone. And Mr. Garcia needs you to keep eyes front, please. Thank you. Okay, right, it's on. All right, go ahead, please. And you don't need to say your name into the public record. We do have your name. Go ahead.
Hello, I am Titus's mother, and I'm asking that the court continue to actually remand him. I feel like he is a very dangerous individual. I think that things that have happened and transpired are heinous is an understatement. Him standing the way that he is, shaking his head, kind of rolling his head, and when you said victim, he looked surprised because he killed my son. And so he didn't think there was victims. And the regard of him thinking that it only affected one person, it shows who he is, that he has no character as far as what he's done, and he doesn't believe that it's a big deal. I ask that this actually goes offline, and the reason why I do is because we don't know who's logged in. We don't know who could be watching that is cheering on what he's done and putting our situation in a very negative light. This is a public forum, and any person that wants to be present should be able to walk through those doors, just like I will for every single hearing, and be able to show who I am, because I have nothing but faith in this system to be able to bring justice for my son. So I do ask that the state is granted the taking off of the live feed, because I think that his people could be watching, and I think that could be dangerous for my family. And I ask.
Well, and I'm sorry. So I will tell you also, the horse kind of left the barn, though. Actually, that on that we've. I mean, what I'm saying is the live feed has been going out as we speak. So and I respect your request. I do. I understand it. But this court's larger decision has been to live broadcast these. You can debate whether we should have, and like the federal courts don't even allow cameras in the courtroom. Right. It wasn't certainly my direct decision, but I do try to balance. We all do. The right of the people to know and see justice happening, and the strong presumption of not secret proceedings. I'm not insensitive to safety issues at all. But the fact that somebody could be made aware of this case or know of this case, I don't believe that it's in and of itself is going to incrementally put people in more danger than they're already in. But I don't mean to be, I'm not insensitive to that. And certainly I tend to address that in my orders. So I just wanted to let you know that in terms of the live feed, it's been happening the whole time. I can't claw it back out of the internet.
And I understand. It's just I don't want him to feel like he gets some kind of notoriety from his actions. And sometimes when people log in, like I said, I am fine with public, but walk through the doors just like we will every single day.
Okay, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I just kind of wanted to address.
Yeah, no,
anything else that you wanted to say about bail or release conditions? By remand, I take it you meant you are asking me to hold him without bail?
I would prefer without bail. From what I understood is he has not abided by any kind of probationary things in the past. So even if he was granted bail and put on pretrial supervision with an ankle monitor, I couldn't say that he would abide by that, or having weapons. Obviously, he didn't abide by his previous court orders.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And also, just again, my son was unarmed, and so that puts society in jeopardy with a person like him.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to mute that. I'm going to have you give her a second. I always like to have people. Okay, ready? Okay, tap it again. I hear nothing. Okay. I just like people to be confident that the mic is on or off. Okay. And Ms. Sauer, right now, it's not a motion that the state is making, the no bond motion that triggers the bail hearing and all of that. It's my understanding the state is not making that motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
It's something that the court could order on its own, but I'll tell you, Ed, that it is the state who has to follow through with an evidentiary bail hearing within 7 days, at which the standard of proof is very, very high. It's much higher than what it is at this stage, and the state will often have to put forth more evidence than they would otherwise want to put forth that early in the case. So there are many reasons why the state may not request that in a given case. This court is reluctant to do it over their objection if I think that it's not their objection, but in the absence of their motion for no bond, because by and large, it's something that there are many reasons to do it or not to do it, and at this moment in time, they're not asking for it. I think they're asking for is not unreasonable, meaning if they came and asked for bond in a case that I felt truly adamantly met the standard of dangerousness, which is very high, the standard of dangerous to be held no bond, then I would do it, whether they ask for it or not. I understand that I have that authority, but when I think that what they're asking for also makes sense under our laws, then I'm more likely to go with what the state is requesting. But definitely talk to your victim services advocate and the prosecutor's office about that. It is a motion they could bring at a future date. Mr. Garcia, so you have the right to speak at this hearing, and but you also have the right to a lawyer. You very much have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent? Do you understand that? All right. So, Mr. Garcia, you are facing potentially a large amount of prison time in this case. So I would caution you in the strongest possible terms about talking about what you've been accused of, which can be hard to do when a bunch of other people are doing it. Your lawyer can tell your side of the story without it being held against you, but your lawyer is not here in court to do that for you today. But if you wanted to make a recommendation about bail or release conditions that I should set, I'm happy to hear your recommendation. If you choose to talk about what you've been accused of, I'm not going to stop you because I tried to give you the strictest caution that I could about doing that. So did you want to say anything about conditions of bail or release that you think I should set?
No, Your Honor, I would rather have my lawyer get back to you guys.
All right. So I've considered what's been alleged against you. I've considered your prior criminal history, which includes being on parole for a 7.5-year sentence that apparently arose from shooting someone in the stomach. I've considered the risk of victim or witness intimidation in the case, and the amount of time that you could be facing in this case. And they do appear to have a strong weight of evidence against you, I will say, which increases both the belief that you are a risk to the community, that you pose a risk to other victims or witnesses, and that you may flee the jurisdiction to avoid prosecution in this case. So I'm going to set bail in the amount requested by the county attorney. That is $1.5 million. It is cash only. That is dollar for dollar. If you post it, you must be on an ankle monitor. And I am going to impose house arrest, which is something that I do when I'm very concerned about victim or witness intimidation. There are other victims on the ag assault charges and the kidnapping. So there's the deceased victims next of kin. Those are victims. And then there are also victims on some of the other counts. No contact with any members or associates of any gang. Absolutely no contact, whether you are in or out of custody, with any co-defendants, complainants, next of kin, victims or witnesses. Hold on. Wait, not quite yet. Still rolling. Hold on. One second. Can't respond to any contact from them. Dang it. And hold on. It reverts the appointment of counsel every time if you make a change. The computer system is frustrating. Okay. Don't go to the scene of the alleged crimes. No contact with any victims, witnesses, or any next of kin. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Can't leave the state. Have to call your parole officer within 24 hours if you make bond and are released, because you're still on parole. If you bond out, you still have to participate in parole. All right, everything, now it's good. Everything is going to be on your paperwork. We need to get the final version printed, and we're going to send it out to you. That'll go that way, and you'll get a copy through the state. Anything else from the state? Anything else from the state? Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. They're going to be in recess on Mr. Garcia's case. If you'll go that way, did you want to be excused?
Not yet,
You're
Your
going to stay? Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much.
We'll bring it to you.
All righty, Mr. Trujillo, where's Mr. Trujillo? And then Angel Lara, we go to the chair. Where's yours? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth? What's your name, sir?
Joe Trujillo,
What's your date of birth?
11/12/75.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case you got booked in for 8 allegations of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. Those are all class 4 felonies, and there is probable cause for them. You don't financially qualify for court-appointed counsel. You do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. Your next court date is going to be June 9th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing June 11th at 8:30 in the same court. And based on what's been alleged against you in your criminal history, the court sets bond in your case at $50,000. That is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written release conditions. That includes no contact with any co-defendants and obviously no weapons. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll have your copies for you. Thank you. Mr. Lotta, Angel, and then Marcus Land, will you please go to the chair? Mr. Land? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Angel Olivas Lara, 8291.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olivas, you're here on, let's see, looks like 2 warrants. It's for failing to appear at a court date that was the same date for 2 cases. In number 8 on the calendar, it was your comprehensive pretrial conference. In the other case, in your probation case, it was a non-witness violation hearing. This is back on October 8th of last year in front of the trial judge. We're going to give you a status conference in that court June 11th, 8:30 in the morning, which is a week from tomorrow, June 11th, 8:30. That'll be in front of the trial judge. It's a status conference. You already have a lawyer. You will still have a lawyer. And I'm going to affirm the judge's bonds. It's $5,000 secured in the pending case, the one that.
So 500?
5,000 in that, hold on, 5,000 in that case, 1,000, was it 1,000? Hold on, it was, yeah, 1,000 in your probation case. Let me double check. Yes, it was. So it's 6,000 total. If you go through a bail bondsman, it may be as little as 600, but you'd have to talk to the bail bondsman about that. And everything's on your paperwork as far as release conditions. Definitely no victim contact in the case. Okay, if you'll step to your left, we're going to send those out. Thank you. Mr. Land? And then Daniel Horrigan, will you please go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Marcus Land, 09132002.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a warrant for failing to appear in a pending case. There was a status conference on May 19th. When you weren't there, a warrant went out for your arrest. You've been charged in this case with possessing both narcotic and dangerous drugs. Those are class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. First degree criminal trespass, a class 6 felony. And criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor. You already have a lawyer in the case. Next court date is going to be a status conference. It's coming Tuesday, June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. That's in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing will be June 11th at 8:30 in the same court. I'm just going to affirm the bond set by the judge who issued the warrant. That is just $250. It is secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written release conditions. Don't miss your court date. If you step to your left, have your paperwork. Mr. Horgan? And then Juan Garcia, will you please go to the chair? Mr. Garcia? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daniel Francis Morgan, 72178.
All right, thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a class 4 felony. Back on December 19th, there was a petition to revoke your probation file that alleged that you violated terms 3, 5, and 7. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Whoops, it didn't take. I got to do this one again. I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation for. Your next court date is 1 week from today. It's June 10th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. That's going to be a revocation agreement and possible disposition hearing. I'm just going to affirm the probation judge's bond is $250. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. The step to your left, they'll have your paperwork for you. All right, Mr. Garcia, and then Jeffrey Chiarello or Chiarello, will you go to the chair? I need Mr. Garcia first. Did Juan Garcia wake up? Is he asleep? Where's Juan Garcia? Here comes Juan. And then Jeffrey Chiarello, if you go to the chair. Yeah, see the chair there? Thank you, sir. All right, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth?
Juan Garcia, 0504-2000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garcia, you are here on a total of 3 things. 1 is a new arrest. 2 are probation cases. I'm going to start with your new arrest, which is number 10 on the calendar. And you got picked up for dangerous and narcotic drug possession, both class 4 felonies. I do find probable cause for both of those crimes, so I'm going to give you a lawyer and 2 court dates. First one is a status conference June 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Then your preliminary hearing will be June 11th at 8:30 in the same court. And you are going to get bond in your probation cases. So in this case, I'm just going to give you what we call a placeholder bond. $50. It's secured. It's to make sure you get credit for time in custody. And because if not for your probation problem, I probably would have released you. So I'm just giving you a little bit more bond in the new case. It's $50. All right, let's talk about probation because you're on felony probation in 2 cases and you're in warrant status. On December 3rd of last year, there were petitions to revoke filed in both your cases, alleging that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get a copy of that from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Next court date, oh, wait a minute, sorry. Right, and same thing for number 11. You're on probation for a class 6 felony. Petition to revoke alleges the same thing. So you have a lawyer for both cases. You have the same court date for both cases. It's 1 week from today, June 10th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. You have a $1,000 secured appearance bond in each case. That plus the $50 from the new case makes $2,050 across all 3 cases with the same conditions. Call your PO if you bond out. We're going to get that to him right there. All right, if you step to your left, I'll send out your paper. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chiarello, and then Daniel Ankrum, will you go to the chair? The deal.
Not yet. Hold on.
Sometimes we'll help with each other. I need Chiarello. Where's Chiarello? Is that you? Chiarello? Chiarello? Okay. Are you ready? What are we doing? Just tell him to wait. I apologize.
Need 2 in here?
Oh, okay. Are you gonna address the court? I'm sorry.
Not, Your Honor. I was just going to let you know I found a California MVD record and
Okay.
I'll email it to you.
Thank
Do you
you.
want me to stick around or just go back to the?
No, you can just, can you send it, is it something they can attach?
I can attach it.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am.
I'll just write down. All right, and Mr. Ankrum, if you wait in the chair. Hi, Mr. Chiarello. Can I have your full name and date of
Hi.
birth?
Jeffrey Joseph Cirillo in 7/23/74.
Okay, thank you. You're here on 2 things. Let's start with your Superior Court new case.
Yeah,
You've been accused of dangerous drug possession, class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony.
yes.
There is probable cause for those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, June 9th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing June 11th at 8:30. In this case, you have a $2,000 secured appearance bond and written release conditions, no weapons, no drugs, etc. Let me tell about your other one, and then I'll give you a chance to talk.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
in Peoria City Court, you have already been charged with drug paraphernalia. Possession is a class 1 misdemeanor. You missed a court date on March 30th of this year, and a warrant went out for your arrest. Your next court date is going to be in the Peoria City Court, June 9th at 9 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. I plan to affirm their bond of $500 secured with release conditions. What did you want to say?
Okay, first of all, with the case in Peoria, they were just gonna give me classes and I messed up and I missed the court date. I was gonna go to the court still. I was just waiting for the right time to call and just go into the court. I mean, honestly, they were just gonna give me classes. I'm sorry that I missed that court date. My household, my whole family, my mom, my sisters, my brother-in-law, they're all in Costa Rica right now on a cruise. And there's nobody, I'm the one that's watching my home. I got my dog there, and I swear to God, my home, and I don't know what to do. It's just like, I've got our kind of friend that stopped by there to make sure my dog was okay for right now, but he can't stay there. I am going to go to all these court hearings. 100%, I am going to be there for these court hearings.
Mr. Sherrill, you should talk to your lawyer about a motion to modify. You got 8 prior felony convictions.
Yeah, I know.
And so, and you straight up FTA'd in Peoria. I take with a major grain of salt what you're telling me about that case.
Okay.
Your risk assessment score strongly indicates you're likely to commit new crimes. You're not likely to come to court. You are absolutely facing a potential prison sentence in this case. If you went to trial and lost with your criminal history, it's a 10-year presumptive term. So, Mr. Schiarello, your criminal history and your record of court appearance do not support giving you a chance. So it's $2,500 total across the 2 cases. Everything is going to be on your paperwork. Talk to your lawyer about any motions to modify. If you'll step to your left, they're going to give you your paperwork. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Antrim? And then Tanya Sanchez, will you go to the chair? All right, let's see. Oh, I think I've got Ms. Sanchez there. All right, you're Mr. Ankrum? All right, sir, may I have your full name and date of birth?
Daniel Ankrum, 10-1482.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new case, and it looks like a probation case. Let's start with your new case, which is number 21 on the calendar. It's a new case, and you've been accused of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia possession, that's a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first one's a status conference, June 9th. That's 1 week from, that's a week from yesterday. So 6 days from now, June 9th, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be June 11th at 8:30 in the same court. That's all on your paperwork. In this case, because you are going to get a bond in your probation case, I'm just going to give you what we call a placeholder. It's called $50. It's secured. It's to make sure that you get credit for time in custody, because in the absence of your probation case, I would have released you to pretrial services. So it's $50 in this case. Now, in your probation case, you've been in warrant status since March 10th of this year. A petition to revoke was filed alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. You got a slightly different court date right now. It is this Wednesday, June 10th at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be a revocation arraignment hearing and possible disposition hearing. The bond in your probation case is $500 secured with release conditions. That's $550 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions, call your PO within 72 hours. And if you step to your left, they're going to send you that paperwork. All right, Ms. Sanchez, and then Daniel Holman, will you please go to the chair? Where's Tanya? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Tanya Sanchez, 2979.
All right, you are here on a case in which you've been charged with possessing dangerous and narcotic drugs. Yours is the probation one. Okay. They just listed all the original charges. I know you're on probation for a class 6 felony, so you'll see more on there. It's just because the warrant reverted to the original charges. You failed to appear at a revocation arraignment in your probation case on January 27th of this year, and a warrant went out for your arrest. So you've already had a lawyer appointed in probation court. I'm going to reschedule that revocation arraignment together with a possible disposition hearing June 10th, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. And I'm just going to affirm the bond set by the probation judge. It's $250 secured. If you post it, comply with your conditions, and file your PO within 72 hours. If you step to your left, they have your paperwork. Good luck, then.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Holman. And then Juan Romero, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Daniel Holman, 42187.
Thank you. You're here on an arrest warrant, which means there's been a new criminal complaint filed against you for a case that's a little bit old. Let's see. You've been charged with possessing narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, back on March 11th of this year, someplace in Apache Junction. And now they've formally charged it. If I had to guess, it's because you came into custody 5 days ago on something else, and they pulled this out of the charging basket and filed it.
Yeah.
So maybe your lawyer and you knew. Sometimes defendants do know that it's coming. Sometimes they don't, but it did. So I'm going to give you a lawyer. You should this should go to your lawyer for your other case. And I'm setting 2 court dates. It's June 10th, 8:30 in the morning for a status conference. Preliminary hearing, June 11th at 8:30. Everything is going to be on your paper. And let me just check with staff. Is that correct that the status conference is just the day before the prelim? Or is that a typo? I think it could be a data entry error. I just want to double check. Okay, thank you. It is going to roll back to the 9th. June 9th is going to be your status conference. I think it's just a data entry error.
Okay.
8:30, that's the status conference is this Tuesday, then Thursday, June 11th, 8:30 in the morning. So in this case, this is a drug charge from several months ago. It doesn't really move the needle for this court on your risk. You're in on a big bond on the other case. I'm just going to set a $50 placeholder bond in this new drug case. It makes you eligible for credit for time in custody, and it ensures that they'll take you over for these hearings. So just adds $50 to whatever you've got. Don't post this bond unless you're sure you're getting out on everything.
Okay.
Talk to your lawyer next week about that, okay? We step to the left to give you that paperwork.
Are these in Pinal County or are they?
It may be, well, no, because if it was Pinal, it'd have to be filed in Pinal. So it may have been AJ, but on the Maricopa side of the line. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Comes out of the AJ Police Department, but maybe what they figured out, it was on the Maricopa side of the line. Talk to your lawyer about that, because if it was on the Pinal County side, this case needs to be in Pinal County. But I didn't find probable cause. The judge who issued the warrant is the one who got the probable cause for your case. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
So all I know is it comes from the AJ Police Department, which could be either county.
Got it.
So talk to your lawyer about that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All righty, Mr. Romero. After Mr. Romero will be Joshua Kiefer, please. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Excuse me, Juan Romero, January 16, 1991.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new criminal case and then a family court child support warrant. I'm going to start with the new criminal case. You're booked in on one allegation of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. That's a class 5 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in the criminal case. Your next court date is going to be a status conference. Well, I'm going to give you your next court dates in a second because I want to tell you about your child support warrant first, okay? You are here on a child support warrant from the family court. And this warrant was issued January 21st of last year, 2025, so about 14, 15 months ago. And you have a cash purge in this case of $500. It's like a bond in that you have to pay it to get out. But unlike a bond, you can never get it back. The court keeps it and puts it towards your child support debt. And even if you pay that cash purge, you must go to court. Defendants like to say they didn't know they had to go to court because they paid the cash purge. You still have to go to court. Either way, no matter what happens, whether you pay it, whether you don't, your next court date in the family case is Thursday, June 11th, 1 week from tomorrow, 10 in the morning. The address is on your paper. So it's a $500 cash purge for child support. My question for you is, do you think you're going to be able to pay the cash purge?
Well, actually, I can pay it right now.
Okay.
But
and I'm going to release you in the unlawful flight case because the only reason I might have given you a small bond, you've got some criminal history. It's older. It's from another state. And, so I was willing to release you in the unlawful flight. You've just got that Nebraska case from 10 years ago. I don't know that means you're going to run off on your kids and everything. I don't know. So I'm willing to release you in the unlawful flight. I just wanted to know, because if you're going to get stuck in on the child support, I was going to give you a little bit of.
Yeah,
I'm going to release you, and that's going to make your court dates. Hold on a second. It's going to make your court dates June 18th for the criminal case, 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing June 22nd, and just to reiterate, you still have to pay the $500
Yes.
cash purge. You still have a June 11th court date in the family case.
June
It's
11th.
just your criminal ones that kicked out a week because I released you,
Okay.
okay? So don't lose your paperwork. Don't miss court dates. You're going to get a bond if you miss the court date in the felony case. They'll issue another warrant for you in the family case if you don't show up, because
Okay.
the cash purge is always just a fraction of what you owe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm one question. So, I can have somebody pay that 500.
And then you get out on both, because
Right.
I just released you on the criminal one.
Yeah.
So you're not getting credit for time in custody
Yeah.
on the criminal
But
one
it's-
because you are released.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so get the cash purge paid and they're going to let you out. Don't miss any of these court dates.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, one more. So where do they do that?
Talk to the DOs. They've got instructions. It's called bonds and fines, but I barely know.
Yeah.
They've got some good instructions they can tell you as soon
Okay.
as you get out of the
Appreciate it.
courtroom. They'll tell you what to tell family. Okay, all right. Thank you. If you
Thank
accept your
you.
life. All right, Mr. Kiefer. And then Mr. Ali Dad, will you please go to the chair? Ramzan Ali Dad. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Yeah, Joshua Earl Kiefer, 9/22/93.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You're arrested for aggravated assault as a class 6 felony, assault and threatening and intimidating, class 1 misdemeanors, all of those alleged under the law as domestic violence offenses. There is probable cause for all 3 of those. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because you do not appear to financially qualify. You have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. You have 2 upcoming court dates. The first is a status conference, June 18th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, and preliminary hearing June 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. That'll be on your paperwork. Now, your case contains a lot of red flags for an experienced person in the criminal justice system for ongoing domestic violence, for what I would call not one's first rodeo with domestic violence. That being said, I've considered what your criminal history is, what exactly they have alleged against you today. So I'm balancing all of those factors, and I'm going to give you an ankle monitor and very strict no contact orders. You are not permitted to have contact with this person. You're not permitted to respond to contact from her. She cannot give you permission to violate court orders. She won't get in any trouble if she invites you over and has contact. You could get in some very serious trouble, up to and including a new felony charge. I put a statutory reference on your paperwork. I encourage you to look that up. You may not live where she lives. What you can do is a civil standby with law enforcement to collect belongings. It appears likely on these facts that the 2 of you have children in common. Is that correct? You do not. Do you
No.
live with her?
No,
Do you have 2 kids of your own that live with somebody else?
no.
Where I got the 2 kids. Do you have any kids?
I have 1 kid, yeah.
They live with you.
Part-time. I have partial custody.
And the victim in this case is not their mother.
No.
All righty. That simplifies things. Okay. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I want you to alcohol test getting arrested at a casino.
Talking.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
I know, getting arrested at a casino. Yeah. Honestly, I'm worried about alcohol being a factor in this. Alcohol also, I mean, there is a lot of research to show it. It drives and greatly aggravates domestic violence situations. So no alcohol. You can test to prove you're not drinking. If you have any common residence with the alleged victim, you can do a civil standby to collect belongings, but you have to bring an officer with you. Just call whatever department has jurisdiction. Tell them you need a civil standby. They'll want to see your paperwork, so don't lose your paperwork. They won't do it unless they see that it's in your orders. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Oh, obey any order of protection that may be served on you. Will you comply with those things and come to court?
Yes.
Then I'm not making you post a bond. That's because you don't have that much criminal history. This is a class 6. Oh, you do. Wait a minute. Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a metric ton of criminal history.
Really bad. Yeah.
None of it is violent. That's what I remembered. What you have, you got resisting arrest doesn't go in as violent. You did 5.5 years for aggravated ID theft. Yeah.
Had a bad.
Okay.
Drug
The
problem.
PC on the aggravation element isn't strong in your case. I remember there was something about your case that it gives me heartburn to not put a bond on you in a DV case, where if it is as they say, you do this a lot. Looking at your criminal history, 2018 Ag DV, no complaint filed. Identity theft, misconduct involving weapons. You look young to have this much criminal history, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Ag assault on an officer, court dismissal, ID theft. That's a rap sheet. That is a rap sheet, sir. I strongly recommend you comply with your release conditions. Do not miss your court dates. Nobody here is going to give you much of a break. Your risk assessment score says, algorithmically speaking, it's probably safe to release you. I hope they're right, because that's a rap sheet.
It was a mess. Yeah.
Well, it's going to haunt you forever. Any judge who looks at that is immediately going to start going, wow, who's this guy? So comply with your release conditions. Don't miss your court dates. Don't monkey around with violating release conditions, because that can be felony harassment. One text can now be felony harassment, get you held no bond at this hearing. So DV tends to repeat itself because people just can't help themselves. I hope you can control your behavior, comply with release conditions. You are presumed innocent. Go to court. You step to your left to give you your paperwork.
One question. So I spoke to her on the phone already.
Yeah, right. You're done now.
No,
right.
but I mean,
before court, before this moment.
I just want to make sure it wasn't an issue.
Before this moment does not violate things. After this moment, yes. All right. If you step to your left, you get your paperwork. For Mr. Alidad, and then Eduardo Magallon. All right, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
My name is Ramzan Alidat, and January 1st, 1999.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant for an older case that has now been formally charged. So you may remember this case, but you are now formally charged with third-degree burglary. It's a class 4 felony, and theft of a credit card or obtaining a credit card by a fraudulent means. That's a class 5 felony. This is alleged to have happened back on February 22nd of 2024, someplace in Glendale. I just have the warrant. So you'll get a copy of police reports and the charges from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm scheduling your next 2 court dates. That will be a status conference, June 18th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, June 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. This is a newly filed case. It's not a new case. And it looks like we also tried to send you a summons. And we just didn't have a working address. So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Do not go back to wherever this was. No contact with any alleged victims. Don't miss your court dates. Okay? All right. You are released. If you step to left to get your paperwork. Mr. Magallon, Eduardo Magallon, and then Emiliano Zamora. Will you please go to the chair? Yes, Mr. Magallon right here. Mr. Zamora to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Yeah, Eduardo Magallon, 5/21/1994.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new Superior Court case. You got arrested for aggravated assault on a first responder. That's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date will be a status conference June 18th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, June 18th. Preliminary hearing June 22nd at 8:30. And with your criminal history and on these facts, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, because even if you did exactly what they accuse you of, I think you're probably safe in the community, and I'm hoping you're smart enough to come to court.
Appreciate it.
So do not have any contact with this alleged victim. I didn't prohibit you from going there because you may have business there,
Right.
but do not initiate any contact with that person.
Understood.
You can't help it if he initiates it with you,
Right.
given his job, but do not initiate contact with him.
Okay.
No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. That includes marijuana. If you don't have a valid prescription, well, no, that's not true. You have recreational marijuana now. Yeah, no, I'm not prohibiting it. And they didn't make PC. They said some people were smoking weed out there. They didn't even establish that was even necessarily you. So I'm not
Right.
making that assumption.
Okay.
No drugs without a prescription, except of course things that are legal. If you
Yeah.
step to your left, you take your
I got a quick
What's your
comment.
question?
I'm supposed to turn myself to Avondale.
Oh, you got to do a little time.
We have 15 days from
When?
the 15th to the 30th. So
Ooh.
I'm gonna be in custody on the 8th.
Get out in front of that. I can't move your court date, but
Okay, so if I let
there's
them
a court
know,
admin number right here
Okay.
on your paperwork, kind of at the bottom. It's in a box.
okay,
There's a number for court administration. When you get out, give it, what day is it? Wednesday? Start calling not before Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
And you can try calling the public defender too. Right now, the county attorney has to decide whether they're going forward on your case too. 'Cause
Okay.
they get time to decide whether they care or not. They
Understood.
might send it for misdemeanor prosecution. I don't know.
Okay.
Get out in front of that, because if you find out, you should get a good answer. When do you have to surrender? The 15th?
Right. Yeah, the 15th, yeah.
So you need an answer by like the 12th. You need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna get started
Just
tomorrow.
keep calling, because you're gonna catch a warrant if they do go
Right.
forward with it and you're not there.
Right.
Nothing I can do about it. You gotta see if you can get a motion to continue filed through your lawyer.
Okay.
The yellow sheet is for the public defender. Give them till at least Monday too. They're not gonna know who
Okay.
you are
Right on.
even then. And then start saying, please, please, please get me to a lawyer early, because I know I have this looming problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck with that.
Thank you,
Just
Your
do
Honor.
everything you can.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Samora, and then Adrian Reese, will you please go to the chair? Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Emiliano Sebastian Zamora, and I was born on September 15th of 2006.
All right, thank you. You were arrested for aggravated assault on a first responder. That's a class 4 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm scheduling your next 2 court dates. It's going to be a status conference, June 18th, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, June 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. And on these facts, and it looks like, you, as far as I can tell, you've never been arrested before. If you have, you don't have to tell me. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Just come to court, okay? These things don't vanish because we ignore them. And if you lost somebody yesterday, I'm very sorry, very sorry. I don't want you to be angry about this and therefore not go to court, because the only one who ends up punished by that is you. Go to court. Even if you did exactly what they accuse you of, just like I told the last guy, I don't think you're dangerous in the community. It sounds like it was an extremely stressful situation, and you ended up with a very, very bad night in jail when you needed to be with your family. So I'm going to release you. Try to be patient. It takes a long time to get out, but you are going to get you're going to get release conditions. I just don't want you to miss court. Do you understand, Mr. Emiliano? It may feel extremely unfair what happened yesterday. Don't punish yourself by not showing up. Okay, there's some tissues. You take that. All right, you'll be home soon. You'll be with family. Okay, sir. I'm very sorry for your loss. You step out. Okay. Good luck, sir. Mr. Reese. And then Mr. Kraus, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Adrian Ruiz, 2/22/93.
Okay, thank you. You're on a new case. You got arrested for possessing narcotic and dangerous, just narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. No, I'm sorry, there's not. Sorry.
Okay.
A little discombobulated myself. I did not find probable cause for those, but they're not dismissed. So I'm going to give you a lawyer and court dates, but you are going to be released, which I almost certainly would have done anyway.
Yeah.
But I didn't find probable cause. They didn't provide enough support for the allegation that what you had was narcotics.
Thank you.
But I don't dismiss cases. The county attorney can still go forward on this. So you have court dates. A status conference, June 18th at 8:30. Preliminary hearing, June 22nd at 8:30. The address is going to be on your paperwork, and you are just entitled to be released. You may have
Thank you.
a city hold. Did you see a city judge already?
No.
Okay. They have 2 calendars. They have 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Is he on the city docket? Okay, we don't know. I saw a municipal case, riding on property, class 1 misdemeanor, $250 bond. You might be on the city of Phoenix 4 p.m. docket. They're just next door. So ask the officers after court if you have to see a Phoenix judge. But I've released you in this case.
Okay.
Just call the number a few days before the court. Make sure you still have a hearing. Okay.
Okay. So would I still have to stay? I wouldn't go with.
Yeah. If you're on the Phoenix docket, is he? Yes. He said you're on the 4 p.m. docket. So lucky for you, that's less than an hour from now.
Okay.
So you go sit in the Phoenix courtroom and go see what the Phoenix judge wants to do.
What do you think she will release me?
I don't know. All I'll tell you is they do release a lot of people.
Okay.
That is no guarantee.
Okay. Thank you so
They'll
much.
decide. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kraus. And then Sabrina Braxton, will you go to the chair? Hi, Mr. Kraus. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Paul Joseph Kraus, 22381.
Okay, thank you. You're here on an arrest warrant, and you got booked in a while ago, back, it looks like August of last year. Yeah, August 18th of 2025. August 18th, you're accused of possessing dangerous drugs. It's a class 4 felony, and it was somewhere in Glendale. So you'll get police reports and the charge from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court dates are going to be June 18th at 8:30. That's in 2 weeks. Preliminary hearing, June 22nd at 8:30. That's all in downtown Phoenix. The address is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You haven't missed any court dates. We don't hold that against you. But given your criminal history and record of appearance, I do want you to check in with pretrial.
Sure.
So we're going to give you an envelope when you get out. Follow the instructions in the envelope. Call the number. They'll tell you what they want you to do as far as checking in. It's very easy so long as you don't lose the envelope.
Sure.
So keep your paperwork, keep the envelope, go to court. Okay? Step to
Yeah.
your left, you'll be released in 4 to 6 hours. Ms. Braxton? Then I got to look at the email for Hernandez. Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Sabrina Marie Braxton, 11/17/1991.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got booked in for narcotic and dangerous drug possession as a class 4 felony, also drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you and give you 2 court dates. The first one is the status conference, June 18th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, June 22nd. That's all 2 weeks from now. And it's downtown Phoenix. The address is on your paperwork. I'm going to release you because I didn't find probable cause in your case either. The police did not provide enough legally sufficient support that what you had was illegal drugs. So the case is not dismissed. You still have to go to court, but you are entitled to be released, which I definitely would have done anyway because I don't think you really have any criminal history. So just go to court.
That's my first
okay?
time.
Yeah. So go to court. I always recommend call the number a few days before. So maybe on Monday the 15th, call the number on your paperwork. Make sure you still have a court date because sometimes in cases like yours, the county attorney wants to wait for the lab results to come back. So they don't charge it immediately, which means your court date will go away. So to save you a wasted trip to court on the 18th, I recommend you call around Monday the 15th and say, do I still have a court date? Because the county attorney is going to get about 10 days to decide.
And it's all for this month, correct?
Correct. And everything's on your paperwork. Just don't miss any court dates. It's all going to be right there. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right. And then I just got to look at one thing for Mr. Hernandez. The state was going to supplement the MVD record. Okay. It doesn't have to be for DUI. That was just bad of the stages. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, will you come up? That is, yes, that's another code for not valid. Okay, great, and see that attached. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Juan Antonio Hernandez, January 27th, 1997.
Okay, thank you. I'm just double checking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you got Phoenix right here. So I don't know what honestly. So the county attorney got your California MVD record to show that you lost your license in California, but the DUI I see on your record is from Phoenix, which could mean that California suspended your license for the Arizona DUI. I don't know. But I do find probable cause for aggravated DUI. It's a class 4 felony based on what the police have submitted. So right now, it looks like you're making very excellent money at Mullins Mechanical. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then you're going to have to hire a lawyer or represent yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you had that job?
I want to say since January.
What was your job before that?
I was working in Texas.
for,
You didn't say you have any assets. You don't even have a car?
I have a car, it's just not in use right now.
Do you own a house?
No.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna give you a lawyer, just because you haven't had the other job that long, and defending felony DUI is not cheap. Okay, so, I'm gonna appoint a lawyer for you.
Ma'am, if I may ask?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. For the aggravated DUI, what does that?
Oh, I'll tell you in a second, just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
1 second, because I hadn't finished filling out your paperwork, because I wasn't sure they were gonna be able to show anything about your license.
Mhm.
And so, let me look again, what year? I don't have .236. Okay. Okay, alrighty. Aggravated means it's a DUI that's aggravated by something, and in this case, it would be a suspended license. And so it substantially, if convicted, you are a long way from being convicted. Any human convicted in Arizona of this crime has to do a 4-month mandatory prison sentence in the state penitentiary, even to get probation. You do 4 months in the state pen first, and then you get probation. So it's extremely harsh. But you are not convicted. This is just probable cause, which is very low. You're a long way from being convicted, and I am giving you a lawyer. But you do need to take this very, very seriously, because right now you face a mandatory prison term. If you commit this type of crime while this case is pending, the county attorney ramps it up to 2.5 years in prison, because you get 4.5 if you lose on both cases. Please talk to your lawyer about that. But we take this extremely seriously. You're accused of having a very high blood alcohol. So I'm going to make you report to pretrial and alcohol test for them. I do not believe you have a valid license. You weren't in an accident. You're not accused of hurting anybody yet. Eventually, you keep doing this, somebody's going to be very hurt. So I take it with the utmost of seriousness. I'm still releasing you. Pretrial services, you alcohol test. So you're getting out. When you get out the envelope, call them, say, apparently I need the alcohol test, and they'll get everything set up. Just do what they tell you. Don't miss your court dates. Do not drive without a valid license. It very much appears that you don't have one. That's a crime right there. So everything's going to be on your paperwork. Will you comply with that and come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you'll just step to your left, we're going to send out your paperwork. All right. Thank you. All right, then we have Mr. Abdelaziz and Mr. Knight coming together. I'm going to give you the early information first, and then I'll do your cases one at a time. You're just both here on out-of-state warrants, and it saves me time if I explain at the same time. All right. Here you go. All right. We will do your cases one at a time. I just want to give you the explanation up front. And Mr. Abdelaziz, did you get the card too?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Because if you decide to waive, that's what you're going to sign. So you have to have read a copy beforehand. All right. Each of you is here on a warrant from another state. That works very differently than in-state warrants. So I'm going to use a script so that I don't mess it up. Okay. I can find it. Here we go. All right. So each of your states says they want you back. I will give you detailed information about that warrant at the time when I see each of you. And you each have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and agree to go back to the requesting state within 30 calendar days after today. If you don't have any local charges or holds, Mr. Knight, you do. So just remember, Mr. Knight, whenever I say the 30-day clock, if you waive, it does not start ticking until you're done with any local cases. Mr. Abdelaziz, I don't see any local cases for you in Arizona. Presuming that that's right, then if you did waive today, your 30-day clock would start tomorrow. So we give you an opportunity to do that. You can agree to go back. We call that waiving extradition. Or you can demand that an extradition hearing be held here in Arizona and that a governor's warrant be signed by the sitting governors of both states before you are sent back to the state that wants you. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you will be held without bond. You're held non-bondable in this jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come and get you. And Mr. Knight, the no bond status starts immediately, even though the 30-day clock doesn't start until you're done with your local cases. So that 30 days starts tomorrow if a person does not have any criminal charges pending against them in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. But again, the no bond situation starts immediately. All righty. If you choose to waive extradition, then sorry, my bad. I'm going out of order. If you demand your extradition hearing, which is your right, there's no penalty for it. But if you want your extradition hearing, then I'm going to set your hearing. It isn't the extradition hearing. I'm realizing our script is bad. I'm going to set your first hearing in extradition court. It's not the actual extradition court. First hearing. All right, because there's usually about two before you have they have status conferences. I'm going to set your first hearing for June 15th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is more than 10 days from now. You won't be back in court on the extradition case for 12 days. And that'll be in the downtown Superior Court at 1:30 in the afternoon. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil cases. They are not criminal cases. You don't have a constitutional right to a lawyer. You do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition case. And if you choose to have an extradition hearing, you are entitled to bail. I'll tell you that in a moment. And you could bond out. If you bond out, you have to come to all of our Arizona hearings. If you don't, we keep your bond money and issue an Arizona warrant right on top of the other one for the other state. Let me see. Mr. Knight, if you do not waive extradition, because obviously if you waive, I'm going to hold you no bond. If you don't waive extradition, it's my intention to set bail in your case at $25,000 secured. That's on top of any other bonds or holds that you have. Mr. Abdelaziz, in your case, I would intend to set bail in the amount of $100,000 cash only. All right, because I think you need to know that when you decide whether you want to bond, and that's due to the nature of the charges. And I'll tell you all about that when I do your hearing in person. I'm not doing your hearing yet. I'm explaining. So, if you're unable to post bail, then you're held in our jail during the up to 90 days while they arrange for your extradition hearing, because you have the right to have that extradition hearing within 90 days. And if you're unable to post bail, you stay in jail until the extradition hearing or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of each state is required to extradite you to the state that wants you, and that process can take up to 90 days. All right, so let me just ask on the 90 versus 30 plan, well, I'll let you ask questions during your hearing. So I'm going to do your case first. If you'll have a seat, Mr. Abdelaziz, I'll do your case second. Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Blake, Mr. Knight, could be either one, right? What's your full name and date of birth?
Blake Knight, 7/22/98.
That is Blake Austin Knight. So
Yeah.
You're one of those people I like to say was gifted with 3 last names.
That's right.
All righty. Mr. Knight, you're here on a warrant from, 1 second, I got to pull it up. You'll be making this person. You're here on a warrant from Louisiana. And it says 1 count felony contempt of court for battery, domestic strangulation, and 1 count felony contempt of court for simple criminal damage to property. That is what the warrant is for. It was issued February 8th of 2021. Louisiana says they want to extradite you. So you have the right to have that extradition hearing. And for anybody who might be transcribing this proceeding, I just went over all the extradition rights a few minutes ago. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay.
I'll sign if anyone can give me.
All right. So you're telling me you want to waive the rights. I'm going to ask you very specific questions because you have to make a record first that you understand the rights you have. Then I'll ask if you want to give them up. Okay.
All right.
So first, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you do not have to sign that waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned to Louisiana?
Yes.
And you understand that you have the right to bail if you don't waive. But if you do waive, I'm going to hold you without bond.
Yes.
All right. Understanding all those rights, do you want to give them up and sign the paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
I need a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Just in case somebody
So that's for them. That's for them to come give me, right?
Correct.
All right.
And whenever somebody's giving up rights, we have to make a good, clear record.
Okay.
So I'm just asking, do you want to give up the rights you have and sign the paperwork?
Yes, I do.
All right. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No, man.
All right. Then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver paperwork, and I'm also signing it. My orders will direct the sheriff's office to notify Louisiana you're ready to return. Louisiana will have 30 days starting tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If you have any local charges pending, the 30 days will not begin until the conclusion of all of your local cases. All right. Any questions for me before we finish?
No.
Okay, then stay right there. I'm going to make you sign on that pad a couple of times, and my clerk is, but I got to do a couple of things first. So we set it up. We set it up.
Every time I do this.
I sign it now. My clerk is going to tell you when to sign. You're going to have to sign twice. She'll tell you when. You will get a copy of what you're signing. It's literally the waiver, the card that you have. Because the other state needs a waiver with 2 signatures on it. You have to be an open book and you have to sign it. And so
Hey.
okay, like you're good, sir. You can take those and step out. Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, then are you guys gonna? Yeah, they're gonna. Okay. All right. Okay, we're good. All right, Mr. Abdelaziz, I just needed to make sure the courtroom was clear because the nature of what the charges against you out of Colorado is one that we don't say in front of other inmates because it could subject you to bad behavior from other inmates.
Exactly.
So just for your safety.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
So may I first have your full name and date of birth?
Muhammad Abdelaziz, 6/16/1975.
Okay, thank you. You are here on a warrant from the state of Colorado. This warrant was issued January 7th of 2026. It appears you've been charged in Colorado with the sexual exploitation of a minor via telecommunication. And they issued this as a no bond warrant and say that they do want to extradite. So for anybody transcribing this recording about 5-10 minutes ago on this recording, I did go over some basics about how extradition works with Mr. Abdelaziz and the previous defendant. Did you have any questions about that, sir? Or would you like me to give you another quick nutshell about the choice you have today?
Yeah. Can I explain something? Or?
Sure.
All right. What happened in this case when it's starting? I got born
and they booked me in the jail for one night, and I paid the bond. Then I left. I hired a lawyer. The lawyer called me after 1 week. He says there is no case. The case was closed.
Oh, okay, which sometimes happens here. They didn't go forward right then, and then maybe they went and indicted you after. It's hard for me to tell.
Yeah.
We get limited paperwork at this stage. If you don't waive, you will get better and more paperwork at extradition court.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to explain more, and
Only-
you give me your advice. Then after 1 week, I traveled to there. I got my bond back. So I think the case was closed. I surprised yesterday that there is warrant. So I don't know anything about that. I didn't get any, like mail or communication.
All
I
right,
don't know
so-
anything about.
Okay, so first,
what's
just to be
going-
super clear, I
Yeah.
cannot give legal advice. Actually, ethically, I can't give legal advice to anyone but my immediate family. So I can't give legal advice. I can just tell you what will happen, depending on what choice you want to make, and sort of answer more general questions. So, here's what likely happened in your case is the state of Colorado didn't go forward right then. Generally, prosecutorial offices wait to get lots of information on a case before they make a decision to go forward. Then when they do, they will often do things like go to a grand jury for the charging. Those proceedings are secretive, and they don't tell people that they're charged. They just put a warrant into the system, and they do not tell you. Most times they don't tell you. And so the fact that you got surprised is actually pretty common, that the case has come back and been charged now. So it is charged. And so I'm concerned about two things. Number one, the nature of the charge against you, and the fact that because it implies dangerousness in the community or to people, it also implies a high risk of flight to avoid what are, in many states, mandatory prison or serious prison sentences. I do not know how much time you face in Colorado. I don't know. But they did issue a no bond warrant. Arizona has a constitutional bail right. We must apply Arizona law because you've been picked up in Arizona. So if you don't meet the standard for no bond in Arizona, we give you bond, even though Colorado has a different law and they issued a no bond warrant. Their warrant says, do not give this man bond. But our law says, unless you've already been convicted and it's a parole warrant or a probation warrant, and you don't meet any of the other circumstances, I believe I have to give you a bond. And so, but I am extremely concerned about the factors that I listed. So I have no intention of setting a small bond because this type of case can carry extremely severe penalties. And it also indicates that you could pose a risk to people in the community. So certainly you can hire a lawyer to represent you in extradition court. You can argue to the extradition judge for a more favorable bond. But if you don't want to waive extradition, or you just can't decide today, then I'm going to set the bond, have you keep your rights to the hearing, and I'm going to send you to our extradition judge for your first hearing in front of her, which is June 15th. That's going to put you on the 90-day clock to have your extradition hearing. They'll start working on the governor's warrants. That's part of why they get 90 days. It takes a long time to get warrants through to 2 sitting governors. It's very slow. And so they get 90 days to present those governor's warrants, et cetera. You can waive at any hearing in extradition court. A lot of people, the extradition judge starts that hearing by saying, who wants to waive? And because there's a public defender who's generally assigned, the public defender can give you advice. She's not individually assigned to your case unless the extradition judge decides to do it. She has the discretion. She can decide to give you a lawyer, and sometimes she does, but you don't have the constitutional right here. You do have a constitutional right in Colorado to a lawyer because that's a criminal case. This is a civil case only on the question of whether Colorado has the right to take you back there. The only thing at issue, it's not whether you did this crime or these crimes, it's does Colorado have a valid warrant for your arrest, and are you the right person? So I can't appoint a lawyer for you. Possibly the extradition judge might be willing. You always have the right to hire one, always. But you can waive at any future extradition hearing, and that will start a 30-day clock on the day after you waive. We just give people an opportunity to waive at this first hearing. Some people want to waive because they want to start the clock running as fast as they can.
So, but I'm sorry, but
You just kind of have a straightforward choice today.
yeah, but if I wait,
If you waive, you get held no bond, 30 calendar days. It starts tomorrow if you waive today.
okay,
If they don't come and get you, you get released, but the warrant, the Colorado warrant, stays active in the national system. You can be rearrested on it later the same day.
exactly.
I have seen it happen.
Hmm.
And then it can start a new 30-day clock because only Colorado can quash or kill their own warrant. They have to delete their own warrant from the system. Getting arrested in a different state does not clear the Colorado warrant. They have to clear their own warrant out of the system. So I try to warn people, if that happens to you, you need to get with a lawyer and immediately do something to take care of that warrant or go surrender on it in Colorado. Or this is going to happen again, even if they don't come get you. If they do come get you, great. Then you go deal with Colorado. But if they don't, and you get released, and you don't do anything, you absolutely are going to be rearrested on that Colorado warrant the next time you run into a cop. The Colorado warrant stays live and active in the national system until Colorado kills it, even if they don't bother to come and get you. So it's a bit of a catch-22, if you know what that means. It means you can't win either way. So I just try to warn people, even if they don't come get you, do something about it because you will absolutely be rearrested on it. And I have seen it happen the same day. And the defendants are very angry when it happens. And I say, do you want to waive or not? So.
But if I want to waive,
I can take your waiver. I ask you the questions like I did that guy.
yes,
That'll start the 30-day clock. It'll start tomorrow will be day one if you waive today.
but that's not gonna do anything with them, with their warrant.
Right, but if you waive, then they're supposed to come and get you. If they fail to come and get you, if they come and get you, when you get there, that will kill the warrant out of the system. If they don't come and get you, they're just going to leave the warrant in the system and have you arrested again. So anyway, I just try to manage people's expectations. So it's up to you, though. I can't decide for you. But if you're having trouble, I'm just going to have you keep your rights. I'm going to set the bond and give you your court date. You can think about it, talk to family,
So
maybe talk to a
so there is no way to get out until the court day or something.
Not without a very large bond.
All what I need is 1 day.
Sir, on this charge of what you're facing, no,
Yeah.
I was very tempted to do $250,000 cash on this type of charge. This type of charge can often come with an effective life sentence. I don't know that. I don't see criminal history for you. So to me, $100,000 cash is the lowest I'm willing to go on this type of case, on an out-of-state warrant. You're not going to talk me out of it. It's going to be $100 cash. So anyway, if it's tough to decide, I'm just going to set the bond and let you think about it. You go on the 15th. If you want to waive on the 15th, she will take your waiver at extradition court, the extradition judge, and you can meet with the public defender there. Okay. I mean, if you want to waive, I'll let you waive, but I do need to move on. So tell me now if you want to waive, but if you want to think about it, I'm going to have you keep your right. Okay.
So if I sign the waive, I have to wait until Colorado come to get me.
Correct. Then you don't go back to court. There's no more court hearings because you waived. Why would we have hearings? You gave up the right.
That's 60 days or?
It's 30. If you waive, it's 30 days, no bond. If you don't waive, you're going to have an extradition hearing. You're supposed to within 90 days, and then I will give you a bond. It's just a very high bond.
Yeah.
And so it's 90 with a high bond or 30 days, no bond.
I will sign the bond.
Okay, let me ask you the question to make sure you understand the rights you have before I ask if you want to give them up. All right. Okay, did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork we gave you? I need just okay, thank you. In case anybody has to transcribe that. Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to sign that waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned to Colorado?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to bail if you don't waive? If you go on the 90-day clock, you have the right to bail. That's the 100,000 cash. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that if you waive, you will be held non-bondable for up to 30 calendar days in this case?
Yes.
All right. And understanding all those rights, do you want to give up the rights and sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork? Has anybody threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this?
Yes.
Who threatened you or promised you?
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me ask you again. I'll break it down. Has anybody threatened you, like sign this paperwork or else?
No.
All right. Has anybody promised to do something for you to get you to sign the paperwork, like a benefit?
No.
All right. Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
I never do drug or alcohol.
Okay. Then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, or involuntarily are signing the waiver paperwork and waiving your right to an extradition hearing in this case. I will also sign the paperwork that my orders will direct our sheriff's office to notify Colorado you're ready to return. Colorado will have 30 calendar days starting tomorrow to come and get you. And I have to say this, if you have any Arizona charges or holds, Colorado's 30 days will begin at the conclusion of your Arizona criminal matters.
Yes.
All right. Any questions for me before we finish?
Yeah. Just
Go ahead.
one more question. I want to clarify. If I didn't sign the waiver,
right,
and we do the case over here, how the case gonna work?
Do the case over here? You mean like go to trial?
Yeah.
No, that's never possible. It must happen in Colorado. It is a Colorado criminal case. This court will never hold a trial on the underlying charge. You mean on the actual criminal charge against you?
Yes.
That will always be happening in Colorado.
So anyway, I need to go to Colorado.
Correct. That can never be transferred to another state. That's not a thing.
So
yeah.
So I'm just trying to go.
There's
there.
no circumstance under which you go to trial on the sex exploitation charge in Arizona. It has to be Colorado.
Yeah. At least, do you have the history? Do you know everything? So.
Okay. Any other questions? Because you can back out. No problem. If you want to back out, we're not here to make people waive or persuade them to waive. It's just an option.
No, that's all right.
You want to do it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then my clerk is going to tell you when to sign. Yeah, give us a second to just get the paperwork ready. And, okay, she'll tell you when to sign. We're going to give you copies of what you're signing, and you will get a copy of all of your orders. Yes, she'll tell you when. Are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I did. And just
one more time, a little slower, maybe?
Sure.
Our system is.
If you don't mind, I want to explain something. Is that okay?
Oh, well, we've already done your case. Is it something that's good you think will affect the case? It's not anything to do with your case, right? I wouldn't want you to incriminate.
Yeah, just what happened with me. That was set up.
Oh, okay.
I was framed from one of the YouTubers.
Okay, so just so you know, I will never be the person who decides whether you did any of this. That's a Colorado judge. Nobody here is ever going to decide whether you did it. You'll have a jury trial if you want. You're entitled to a jury trial in Colorado, just not here.
Yeah,
exactly. Just so you know. So I'd say be careful about talking about your case to anybody but your lawyer, because it could be used against you. Your lawyer, you have a privilege. The things you tell your lawyer can never be used against you.
Of course.
But things you're saying here could be, so I'd say don't talk to other inmates, just talk to
no, I never talk with anybody.
I mean, you can talk to them, just don't talk about your case.
No, nothing,
Okay.
But that's exactly what happened with me, Somebody from the YouTube, he's the one who framed me, he set up all of this.
All right, well,
And
please
suddenly I find myself.
Talk to your lawyer about that when you get to Colorado.
I have a lawyer already.
Good.
I hired a lawyer, but he didn't do anything. He called me after 1 week. He said, he said that the case was closed.
Does he need to sign again? Okay, sign one more time, please.
One more?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, twice. You have to sign twice. Well, I'm sure he wasn't wrong at that moment. The case just then got charged, and he wouldn't have any way of knowing. So I wouldn't hold that against the lawyer. Doesn't sound like he did anything wrong. The case did go away for a little while. And then, because they have a statute of, anyway, talk to your lawyer. I don't think your lawyer did anything bad. So, all right, we don't have any house calls, right?
No.
Okay, great. Then I'm going to let her confirm that everything's captured on my end. Oh, really? It just won't? I wonder if that's a problem. Okay, sorry, this is a new test of the pad up there. So, okay, we're going to have to sign on paper because we do have to give Colorado So we'll see. It's just gonna take a second. I think we're gonna have to do it
Thank you so much for understanding and listening to me. I appreciate that.
that's my job, but you're welcome. Because if all else fails, we can scan it into the system, but we must, like, our duty is to give, when Sheriff's Office gives Colorado the extradition packet, they need to have a waiver with both of our signatures, no matter how we got it. Does it have mine and not his? So but I'm okay? Okay. All right, then we're gonna stand in recess until 5 PM this afternoon. And I just switch user.
I know, can you tell her to go to her phone real quick? She's invited. Oh. Wait, Dagger? Oh, sure. Can you tell us Commissioner Dagger was in a little heavy?
All right. You may be seated. I think that.
No,
have them sign first for their release order, or do you have them do it afterwards? After you give them the information? Oh, after I give them the information. Perfect, okay.
Good evening. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 3rd of 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. In the event that there are any alleged victims either listening or watching remotely, I am going to provide the victim rights advisement at this time. If you are the victim of a crime with the case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, includes the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing your loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victim rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Before we start, I am going to explain a couple of things to you of how we will be proceeding this afternoon. First, I'm going to call each of you one by one into the courtroom. I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then tell you why you are here and whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you. I will then let you know what your upcoming court dates will be, as well as what your bond will be if you're eligible for bond, and lastly, what your release conditions are. Some of you may have questions while I'm providing this advisement. I'd ask that you allow me to complete the advisement without interruption. Once I complete the advisement, you will have the opportunity to ask questions regarding your release conditions. You are cautioned to keep your questions related to release conditions only, as this is a recorded proceeding, and anything that you say here could be used against you. The first person, and any questions or concerns that you have about your case should be directed towards the attorney that's appointed to represent you. The first person that I'm calling into the courtroom is Maximus Rubio. And Alexander Estrada, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Maximus Rubio, 120105.
You are here today because the grand jury has charged you with 2 counts of theft of means of transportation. The date of these alleged offenses is August 13th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your grand jury warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. I am aware that you are in DOC custody. Payment of the bond will not secure your release. However, by imposing the bond, it will allow you to continue to accrue credit towards the time that you are serving while you're in the custody of the sheriff's office. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, if you'll please, nope, come back. I need for you to sign right there.
Take it slow, please. Okay, you can step to the left, thank you.
Mr. Estrada, if you'll please come to the podium. And Alistair Taylor, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alexander Estrada, 03/16/1996.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
Court fines, Your Honor.
We're in court fines right now. You have a probation violation warrant. You need to first go to court and take care of that. Okay, so if you have no questions, if you'll please sign right there.
Take it slow, please. You can step
Mr. Taylor, will you please come to the podium? And Manuel Vera, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yeah, it's Alistair. First name's Alistair, last name's Taylor. Date of birth is February 28th, 1994.
Thank you. You are here today because you have one new case and you have a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you were charged with one count of failing to obey a police officer, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that charge. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Then as to your probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Your total secured appearance bond between the two cases is $1,050. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime and you cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court date would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, so you're going to sign twice. So sign the first time and then we'll let you know when it's ready for you to sign the second time.
Right now?
Mm-hmm. You know what? We're gonna have to. Yeah.
You can stop right now.
Mr. Alistair, will you stop for one moment? I noticed an error in your order and I need to correct it.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, you can start again.
I didn't even put my last name.
You have to.
No, I only signed my first name.
You have to sign your first and last name.
Yeah, I tried to do it, but then it vanished.
Right, the slightest bit smaller.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll find the second one now.
Same way.
Okay, you can step to the left, thank you.
Kim, go ahead and step to the left. We'll bring you your paperwork when it's ready. Mr. Vera, will you please come to the podium? And Timothy Maury, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Manuel Vera?
Well, Vera.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Manuel Ernesto Vera, 6/27/39.
You are here today because you have a new case and you have a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot have any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot have any contact with your alleged co-defendant. Also, you cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the loss of bond. As to your probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You will have a status conference hearing on June 10th at 8:30. And you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150. Between your two cases, your total secured appearance bond is $2,650. Failing to comply with release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates will result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, I don't know why I'm getting charged for theft of means of transportation and I didn't even steal anything.
So that is an issue for you to raise with your attorney. Based on the information that was presented to me, what probable cause means is, was there enough information for me to believe that the allegation or charge is true? So based on the information that was presented to me, I do believe that the information is true. That does not mean that you don't have the presumption of innocence. You do. You have not been convicted of anything today. I just made a probable cause finding. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. So any dispute that you have or anything that you want to raise at your next setting, you would do that through your attorney.
I was gonna say, because I just had a little girl like a week ago. I was gonna say if you can OR me, I'm working.
I'm not inclined to OR you. I am aware that based on the information and the way that I decided on whether or not you needed bond, part of it was based on the nature of the charge, but also I'm looking at your criminal history, which includes the fact that you are also on federal probation right now. And I believe that you might have a problem with federal probation as well.
Oh. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna sign twice. I'll let you know when to sign the second time. So go ahead and pick up the pen. Okay, big and slow for me, please. Go ahead and sign one more time. Okay, that's the left. Thank you.
That one. There we go.
Timothy Maury, if you'll please come to the podium. And Christopher Tauble, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Timothy Maury, February 1st, 1998.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is June 27th, 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. I'm so sorry. I'm looking at some information. Are you being held anywhere for anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. So you are going to have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services today. That means you'll be released back into the community without bond, but your release will be supervised by pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be advised that you have the following release conditions. You must contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. Take care of yourself. Are you okay to finish?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh.
Are you okay to finish?
Yep.
You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, can you please sign on the tablet right there?
Oh. What?
Are we able to move forward or do we need to wait for a second? Okay. Mr. Tauble, will you please come to the podium? And Getty Mesa, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Christopher Tobel, 10/12/89.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, if you'll please sign your name on the pad right there.
Go ahead and sign one more time.
Oh, Lord.
It's still been collected. One more time. You can step to the left, thank you. Taking the floor.
I just wait for you to print because I can't hear. Ms. Mesa, if you'll please come to the podium. And Dara Stock, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Getty Mesa, will you please come to the podium? Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Heidi Blanco Mesa, junio 17 del 1985.
¿Hablas español?
Sí. Oh, sorry.
Or can you speak English?
Okay. I was born, Amaya Blanco Mesa, June 17, 1985.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm gonna be able to be released.
You have a bond. You have to post a bond to be released.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Wait.
Okay, you can go ahead and sign your name, but slowly, please. Okay, you can step to the left, thank you.
Bring your papers out. Mr. Stock, if you'll please come to the podium, and Nicholas Vaught, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
All right, my first name is Dara, last name is Soak, date of birth is February 4th, 1985.
My apologies for mispronouncing your last name.
No worries.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant and you also have a warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court. For your probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. That warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. For your Goodyear Municipal Court,
Can I ask you a question?
let me finish telling you everything that you're here for. That's what I said at the beginning. Let me tell you everything that you need to know,
My bad.
and then you can ask all your questions after that.
All right. Sorry about that.
No worries. So for your Goodyear Municipal Court warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You'll have an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25 for that matter. So between your two cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $125. If you're able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. Let me ask your question.
Yeah, one thing, is there any way you could just do no bond? Because I haven't had a job ever since 2022, ever since my daughter passed away. I'm going through grievance and stuff. And the only reason I got put on probation is because me and my baby mama, we got in a little argument and she had called the cops on me. It was nothing physical or nothing like
I'm looking at the reason why you're on probation. It's a drug charge.
Oh, it's a drug charge? Oh.
What the offense is when I'm looking at the petition to revoke your probation.
All right.
And the reason why your probation was revoked is that you have not maintained contact with your probation officer.
It's just because I signed myself into a...
Listen.
Oh, okay.
This is not, I'm just explaining to you, you're asking me something, I'm answering something.
Okay, no worries.
All right, so first I was informing you of why you were on probation. Secondly, for at least the charge, now I'm letting you know the information that was in the petition was that you failed to maintain contact. You did not allow probation to access your home as they're supposed to do the checks of your home, and you did not allow them to do so. And you did not allow them to do so before changing residence. You can try to argue here, a decision's not going to be made. I'm not the judge that decides whether or not to revoke your probation or reinstate you. I'm just answering your question. So if you interrupt me one more time, we're gonna stop.
All right, that's fine.
So those are the reasons why you were on probation. That's what the judge, he reviewed that information and issued a warrant. So it is not for me to say you can be released on your own recognizance when you have not even maintained contact with your probation officer. And the last time they had any contact with you was February and it's now May.
Yeah.
So the bond is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
All right. So if you could please sign on the pad right there. The first, you're going to have to sign it twice. We will let you know when you're ready to sign for the second time.
Okay.
You can sign again.
All right. There you go.
You can step to the left. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Ross, if you'll please come to the podium. We're going to get started in just one moment. Leonard Bills, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. sign each time, starting now.
Sign a second time. And sign a third time. Thank you. You can step to the left.
Thank you.
Mr. McGarvey, will you please come to the podium? And Anthony, Andrea, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Sir, we'll start in just a moment.
You can begin.
Okay. Mr. McGarvey, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Zachary McGarvey, Zachary McGarvey, May 14th, 2006.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did not find probable cause as to that charge, and 1 count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that charge. Due to the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel today. You will have an arraignment hearing on June 22nd at 1:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
I promise to appear.
Please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sure.
Okay, if you will please sign your name on the pad right there.
Slow and please.
Actually, I do have one question. Will my paper tell me where I get my grandma's car from?
Where you can get your grandmother's car. No, the paperwork that you're receiving here is all the information regarding the court. I don't know about. I think you would need to talk to the officers about.
They told me I get it. They told me I get it from here.
Not in the courtroom. She doesn't know anything about that.
No, I was asking if the paper on it would I have an address for them from here.
That's the paperwork that you're getting.
Okay.
You can step to the left. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Andrea, will you please come to the podium? And Arsenio Ruiz, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Anthony Andrea, September 6, 1990.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal damage, defacement of property, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, which means you'll be released back into the community without bond, but your release will be supervised by pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Your release conditions are as follows. You will be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You will need to contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. You also, if there is any orders of protection or orders against or injunctions against harassment that are issued, you must comply with the terms of those orders. You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if you will please sign your name on that pad right there.
Right on.
slow for me, please?
Being slow, I don't. That's pretty good. One of the best ones.
All right, you can step to the left. Thank you.
Thank you.
What? No, over there.
Ms. Ruiz, if you'll please come to the podium, and Shayna Korea Cramp, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Arcelia Ruiz, 7182.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause as to that charge. 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that charge. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to that charge. And 1 count of driving with the license that has been suspended, revoked, or canceled, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that charge. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, which means you'll be released back into the community without bond, but your release will be supervised by pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the following release conditions. You must contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll please sign your name on the pad in front of you.
Just the 1 signature?
You can step to the left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perella Cramp, if you'll please come to the podium. Hi, ma'am, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Shayna Zahara Perla Cramp, September 30th, 1992.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. The date of the alleged offense is April 7th of this year. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services today. That means that you will be released back into the community without bond, but your release, I'm so sorry. Yeah, but your release will be supervised by pretrial service. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at some additional information. So I have a question for the officers because I'm looking and it appears that based on the just additional information that was added was that she has a warrant out of Gila County. So if she, okay, I just, because what I'm worried about is that if I release her without bond, they're going to come and pick her up anyway. You hold her, and then she won't be brought back. So that's what I'm trying to determine, because I don't want her to get.
Can we put on the 8th and we can figure out, or whatever you want to do? Yeah. Can you tell her that?
Well, she's last because I have to clear unless we want to bring her in after I do. So doctor, we can just move her. I mean, I'm fine with. So Ms. What we're talking about, and I don't want to be talking over you. So I have information that it looks like you have a warrant out of another county. And what my concern is if I release you without bond, you're not going to be released. That county will pick you up. And if that county picks you up and you don't have a bond here, then there's no information. It just looks like you failed to appear for a court date. A warrant will issue, and then your bond with.
Okay, why didn't that warrant pop up when I came out of DOC today?
I don't know.
They could have put it in after you got out.
Where is this county at?
Gila County, Globe.
Where is that?
Were you ever in Globe?
Yeah,
So this warrant.
but I heard that one was non-extraditable.
I'm just looking at information. We're just trying to.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, I just had a lot.
So what I understand this is frustrating. What I'm trying to do is to make sure this is all taken care of for you while you were here today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Okay.
So I think that what we'll do is just move you to the 8 o'clock calendar. So that way everything can, then I'll know what's going on with everything. So at least you will know also what's going on with everything.
Then when, like she said, pops up and
I feel like you don't understand what I'm saying.
No, I understand.
Okay. All right. So, if she's not pending anything else? Okay, then, all right. So, then I'm going to continue. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You cannot possess any weapons, and you must contact pretrial services within 72 hours of your release. Your court dates are June 18th at 8:30, and your preliminary hearing is on June 22nd at 8:30. I'm sorry, I'm out of order. I got a little off track based on.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. So the bottom line is that you're going to be released without bond. You do have to contact pretrial services within 72 hours and just comply with your release conditions. Do you have any questions for me?
Sorry. I'll have the number to call.
Yeah, so the paperwork that we're going to print out for you will have all the information, the phone number that you need to call, as well as the information for where you need to go for your court dates. So if you have no other questions, if you'll please sign on the pad, please.
Go ahead and type one more time, please. You didn't catch it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can settle it. Thank you.
We need to clear. We need to clear.
Your Honor, what form we're going to see?
So the next one that we're going to see is Nicholas Conan.
Okay.
Clear.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nicholas James Packinen, June 13th, 1989.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. If you're not able to post bond, if you're able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, if you will please sign on the pad that's in front of you.
All right, you can settle up. Thank you.
Over there, right out your paperwork. And then the next person is Robert Wilson.
You want it to be clear as well?
Mm-hmm.
My working for you, Wilson, is Robert. Did you take out the other one?
What?
Did you take out the other one?
You'll be on me.
Okay, Wilson? For you.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Robert Wilson and June 2nd, 1993.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
Could you tell me what the reason for that one was?
According to the petition that was filed to revoke your probation, the first allegation is a Term 7 allegation that states that you absconded, that you did not receive prior approval before changing residences, and that your whereabouts have been unknown since May 6th, that you did not maintain employment, also that you're not you have sex offenders terms that you're not in compliance with, that you did not receive prior approval to move, that you did not abide by the imposed curfew, that you operated a vehicle without prior approval, and that you did not register as a sex offender. Those are just some of them. I mean, there's a number of
Not
them.
registration. I've been registered for a while, and I know this month they do the annual, so I was about to do
Okay,
it.
then I will keep
I
going.
don't know why I
Then.
did.
I'm not here to
No, I know.
argue with you. You just asked why, and I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
So the other one was that you used a computer or access the internet and failed to notify your probation officer, and that you were using an unapproved smartphone and accessing chat rooms and social media. It looks like also you were, another violation happened that you were, I guess this occurred allegedly around Halloween, that you were walking outside down Roosevelt Street with a Halloween mask past your curfew, that you did not submit to your psychological assessment to assess and treatment planning and case monitoring, and that you failed to attend your scheduled polygraph. So those are the reasons. You can disagree with them, but that's what's in the petition to revoke. And so that the judge found probable cause and issued a warrant, and this is the bond. I did appoint an attorney to represent you, so anything that you do not agree with, you can discuss that with your attorney, and your attorney can raise that with the judge.
So then, therefore, I'll be remaining in custody.
You're remaining in custody unless you're able to post bond.
I mean, even if I postpone it, I wouldn't be able to get out, correct? Because it's a probation.
The point of posting bond is that that would secure your release. So if you post bond.
Well, I don't even have that kind of money, but okay. Yeah.
Well, secured appearance is 10% plus collateral, so it's $100 plus collateral to secure your release. If there's nothing further, if you'll please sign on the pad in front of you.
That's a lot, thank you.
For your paperwork out in a minute, Robin. We need to be ready.
Okay. All right.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Anthony Julian Rodriguez Jr., 42788.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you're able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date.
Why 5,000? Oh, my bad.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court date will result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. As far as why the judge ordered $5,000, it looks like it's the nature of what you're on probation for. And then looking at, it looks like there's a term 15 violation that you failed to comply with the court order of the lifetime protection order that was issued regarding.
What did I violate for that? I don't
So
understand.
you don't want to understand. So I'm going to have you sign on the pad in front of you. And
I violated a protected order.
you asked me and I told you that's what the allegation is.
I know, but I'm not understanding what's the violation.
That's just the allegation. I don't know the underlying facts. You'll have your attorney, that he'll get the information and he will decide, he will discuss with you.
So I violated a lifetime condition?
Here's the thing for me. You were placed on probation, you get your terms and conditions and you're told all the things that you have to comply with. You have that paperwork. You know what you can and cannot do. So when I'm telling you what the allegation is, that should be giving you notice of what you potentially violated. It's not for me to answer that question because I don't have that information in front of me. I'm just looking at the petition that was filed and the warrant that the judge issued. And that,
So what you're telling me is that I violated conditional probation.
I started this hearing by telling you that a probation violation was issued. Those get issued because you're in violation of terms or conditions of your probation.
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking because my PO was just at my house with my new address, and I just reported and they arrested me. That's why my PO, my actual PO, would have told me what was I in violation for when I've been paying all my fees, my fines,
Well,
my
this
classes.
doesn't have anything to do with the fees or fines, and this is what I'm saying to you
No,
right
my
now,
classes.
where I'm no longer interested in having a conversation with you because I literally read the conditions, I read you the allegation.
I'm just not understanding what I'm in violation of. That's all I'm understanding.
I feel like you just want to have an argument, and I'm not here to give it to you.
I don't know what I'm in violation for.
I'll bring your paperwork out in a minute.
All right.
Jamie Wright, date of birth, April 15th, 1984, is here because she has a warrant out of Arrowhead Justice Court. She is not physically present in court due to her inability to function. I did appoint an attorney to represent her in this matter. I'm sorry, she has this warrant, and then she also has a warrant that was issued when she failed to appear for her court date. So on her warrant out of Arrowhead Justice Court, she has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. She has a court date on June 8th at 8:30. As to her warrant that was issued when she failed to appear for a court date, an attorney was already appointed to represent her in that matter. She will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. She has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If she's able to post bond, she must appear for her court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that she posts. Warrants would be an issue for her arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Ms. Wright. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Vincent Testa, date of birth November 24th, 1997, is here on a new case. He is not physically present in court due to bizarre behaviors. He was charged with one count of aggravated assault against a first responder, a class 4 felony. 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am inclined to release him to pretrial services. If he's, upon his release, he will need to contact pretrial services within 72 hours and he cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with pretrial services or failing to appear for his court dates would result in the loss, would result in a warrant issuing for his arrest and bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Testa. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Stephen Magdaleno, date of birth January 23rd, 1985, is here on a new case. Mr. Magdaleno is not physically present in court due to concerns of self-harm. He was charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him in this matter. He will have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. He will be released on his own recognizance. He cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, initiate any contact with any alleged victims, and he cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with release conditions or failing to appear for his court dates will result in a warrant issuing for his arrest and a bond will be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Magdaleno. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. AJ Butcher, date of birth October 15th, 1999, is here on 1 new case and 1 probation violation matter. He's also here on a warrant out of the state of New York. On the new matter, he was charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with serious physical injury, a Class 3 felony. Did not find probable cause as to that charge. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause. Disorderly conduct involving a weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to that charge. And 1 count of criminal trespass in the 1st degree, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to that charge as well. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. We will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. If he's able to post bond, he cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and he cannot possess any weapons. After his warrant out of the state of New York, he will have an initial fugitive from justice hearing on June 15th at 1:30, and he has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. Mr. Butcher will be advised that if he's able to post bond, his total secured appearance bond between the 2 cases is $175,000. If he's able to post bond, he must comply with all the release conditions, as previously noted, to include no contact with the alleged victim, no returning to the scene of the alleged crime, and he cannot possess any weapons. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that he posts. Warrants would again issue for his arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Butcher. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Josue Ramirez, date of birth November 23rd, 1994, is here on a new case. He is not physically present in court due to concerns of self-harm. He was charged with 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, unlawful entry, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is May 7th of this year. I did find probable cause as to all of the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him. There's a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If he's able to post bond, he cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. He cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims. He cannot have any contact with his alleged co-defendant, and he cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with his release conditions or failing to appear for his court date would result in the loss of any bond that he posed. A warrant would issue for his arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Ramirez. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.
Okay. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name, please? Mr. Gonzalez, I'm seeing you this evening on charges. It looks like they are originating from February 27th of this year, and they are domestic violence, aggravated harassment, 2 counts, one for violating an order of protection and one for violating conditions of release. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing. So I have reviewed all of the information provided, including the state's recommendation of a $30,000 bond. I see that Mr. Gonzalez has a federal hold, and then is there also a state hold? He's on probation for a couple of cases. I don't know if there's a probation hold. So I'll hear from defense.
Your Honor, he has lived in Tucson for 20 years and has ties to the community. It looks like the allegation in this case is not that anything violent in nature occurred. Also, as you noted, he has a hold and is not going to be released from custody. I request that you set the bond in this matter at $10,000.
Okay, I'll order a $10,000 bond that'll be cash or secured and released to pretrial services if that bond is posted. Monitoring or treatment is directed. No acts of domestic violence, no contact of any kind with the alleged victims. And that involves having any third parties attempt to make contact with the alleged victims. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Preliminary hearing date is scheduled for June 15th.
Poor guy.
And that is all. You're excused.
Good night.
Hi.
So, thanks for hello.
Hi,
Do you
sir.
mind?
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Hi, ma'am. Nice to see you. My name is Juan Jose Ariola Leon.
Okay. Mr. Ariola Leon, I'm seeing you this evening on a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court for charges of criminal damage and aggravated criminal damage that are alleged to have occurred on February 10th of this year. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the legal advocate's office to represent you. And you've got counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing. I have reviewed all of the information provided, including the state's recommendation of a $1,500 bond, which was the amount that was listed on the warrant. I'll hear from defense.
Just
Your Honor, may I talk to the defendant for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, it looks like this was a matter that was dismissed and then refiled 2 days ago. He was not aware of the fact that the case had been refiled. He would appreciate an opportunity to be released pre-trial services, so I would ask him to consider that.
So it does look like he's already being held on a $2,000 bond on a failure to appear out of Superior Court in another matter. Given that, I am going to order the $1,500 bond, cash or secured, released pretrial if posted, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. Do not return to the incident location, and your arraignment is scheduled for June 10th at 1:30 in Superior Court. That's all, sir. You're excused.
what felony offense is that?
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Felony.
Mr. Ramirez, I'm seeing you this evening on charges of aggravated DUI, 2 counts, failure to stop at an accident with damage, and criminal damage that are alleged to have occurred on February 26th of this year. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing. I've reviewed all of the information provided, including the state's recommendation of a $20,000 bond. And I do note that it appears that Mr. Ramirez is already being held on another pending felony with a $25,000 bond. I'll hear from defense.
Your Honor, he is a lifelong resident of Tucson with ties to the community. He's unemployed and doesn't have enough money to post a $20,000 bond. He's already unable to post the $25,000 bond that he has in the other matter. In this case, I request he set the bond at $5,000.
I'll order a $10,000 bond that'll be cash or secured and released to pretrial services if posted, monitoring, or treatment as directed by pretrial. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not drive without a valid driver's license. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for June 15th. Right. That's all, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Less. Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name?
Rachel Bermúdez.
Bermudez, I am seeing you this evening because you have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for a charge of domestic violence assault from July 8th of 2024. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Did you know that you have this outstanding warrant?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how come you haven't taken care of it?
Just I didn't have a car for a while, and then my phone was in and out of service, so I didn't know about the warrant until I got this phone connected again and I received a text. But then it was just a difficult situation at home.
Okay. So if I release you, you're going to be able to get to court now?
Yes.
I am going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court, order that you commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with any alleged victim. Your hearing in Pima County Justice Court is on June 22nd at 10 o'clock in the morning. You need to make sure you get to that hearing so that another warrant doesn't issue, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's all. You're excused. Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name?
Sarah Louise Lambert.
Ms. Lambert, I am seeing you this evening on a number of different matters. You have a new charge of shoplifting, and then you've got several warrants. One out of Marana Municipal Court, and then you've got, looks like 1, 2, 3 out of Tucson City Court from 2025. And 5 out of city court from 2026. And those all involve failures to appear at your hearings in both Marana and Tucson City Court. So you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. On this shoplifting charge, that's going to be handled out of Pima County Justice Court. In that matter, I'm going to order that you be held on a $250 cash or secured bond. And I will appoint Jeffrey Grinkowicz to represent you in Pima County Justice Court. Order that you do not return to the incident location. And you're going to have a hearing tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Justice Court to deal with that new charge. That is also for a charge of shoplifting from December 24th of 2025, as well as a charge of drug paraphernalia. In that matter, I'm also going to order a $250 cash or secured bond, and I am going to appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you in Marana. And your hearing there will also be tomorrow, but it will be at noon. And then your city court warrants, those involve charges of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, possession of prescription drug, theft. All right. In those matters, I am going to order a $500 bond. That'll be cash or secured. I will appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. And your hearing in Tucson City Court will be on June 12th at 1:45. Unless you post your bonds, then you need to get to Tucson City Court on July 6th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, you're going to get paperwork with all of that information on it. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Cameron Vogt.
Mr. Vogt, I'm seeing you this evening on a new charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I see that you're also being held on a probation violation. I'm not seeing you on that this evening. You'll be seen separately in Superior Court for that, I would guess sometime in the next week or so. As to this new charge, I am going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court, but I'll note that you're in custody on the probation matter. And we'll set your hearing in Justice Court for June 30th at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you're still in custody on the felony, that'll be a video hearing. If you're out of custody by that date, you need to make sure you get to Justice Court or warrant will issue. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all. You're excused. Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Isaiah Lacey.
Mr. Lacey, I am seeing you this evening on new charges that are domestic violence matters. There are 4 counts of disorderly conduct, 1 count of assault, 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, and 1 count of criminal damage. That one is not a domestic violence offense. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I will enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you're convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Sir, I also see that you are pending some matters from May. also in Tucson City Court. We're going to consolidate these cases. And I'm going to order that you be held on a $1,500 bond that'll be cash or secured. Order that you commit no acts of domestic violence, that you possess no firearms or weapons, that you have no contact of any kind with your brother Paul and his children. Your mom still, she's a named victim, but she does want to have contact with you. So the no contact order is just as to Paul and his children. You cannot return to the victim's residence. I will put in my order that if you were to post your bond, you could return to the residence one time with a law enforcement escort so that you could collect your personal belongings. So you would take my court order to the nearest police station and they would go with you to get your things. I am going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. If you are still in custody, you'll have a video review on June 12th at 1:45. If you post your bond before that date, you need to instead get to Tucson City Court on July 6th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which was already your next date set for the other charges. Okay, so you're going to get paperwork with all of that information on it. You understand? Okay. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Jeffrey Olvera.
Mr. Olvera, I am seeing you this evening on charges that are all domestic violence offenses, disorderly conduct, assault, threats and intimidation, and unlawful imprisonment. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I will enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you are convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. So, Mr. Olvera, I did see that you have no prior criminal history at all. The alleged victims, your girlfriend and your roommate, have indicated that they have some safety concerns and that you cannot return to the residence at this time. Given your lack of any criminal history at all, I'm inclined to release you and order that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims and order that you not return to their residence. Do you have somewhere else in mind that you can go? Oh, he's muted. Can you unmute him at the jail? Thank you.
I do, yes.
Okay. And you agreed to abide by those conditions that you have no contact of any kind?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court, order that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you commit no acts of domestic violence. I'll also order that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victims and that you not return to their residence. I will put in my order that you could return one time with a law enforcement escort so that you can get your personal belongings. So you'll take my order to the nearest police station and they will go with you to get your things. And then you need to be in Tucson City Court for your hearing on July 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon, or a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, that's all here. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Kevin Hansen.
Mr. Hansen, I'm seeing you this evening on charges of domestic violence, assault, and disorderly conduct, as well as a charge of drug paraphernalia possession. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I will enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you are convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. So, pretrial services did speak with the alleged victim, your girlfriend. She says that, she said that you do not share a residence. Is that right?
Yeah, we don't.
Okay. She did not object to your release from custody. She wants to have contact. I am going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court, order that you commit no acts of domestic violence, and that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And you need to be in Tucson City Court on July 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon, or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all of that?
Yeah.
All right, you're excused. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name? Mr. Scott, I am seeing you this evening on 3 counts of failure to comply with a court order. Those are domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I will enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you are convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. So, Mr. Scott, if you're released, are you going to be returning to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I told that they have, think would I be allowed to do like Zoom court or?
So that's going to be something that you're going to need to find out from Tucson City Court, whether or not they'll allow that. But I'm inclined to release you and allow you to return to Minnesota, but I'm going to give you strict orders that you are to not return to the victim's residence, and you can't have any contact with the victims as long as that order of protection is in place. Do you understand that?
Yeah. I do have a longing there. I mean, I don't live
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that's all I'd want to get.
Okay.
I understand. No contact.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court, order that you commit no acts of domestic violence, that you have no contact with the alleged victims, and I'll put in here as long as the order of protection is active. And order that you not return to the victim's residence, but I will put in the order that you could return one time with a law enforcement escort. So you'll take my court order to the nearest police station. They will go with you to get your things. I am going to order that you be permitted to return to your residence in Minnesota. And we'll set your hearing in Tucson City Court for July 7th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And so just make sure that you give Tucson City Court a call as soon as possible to find out whether or not you can appear virtually if you're in Minnesota on that day.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. You'll get paperwork with all of that information on it. Okay.
Okay.
You're excused. Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
T. Perez.
Mr. Pettis, I'm seeing you this evening on a number of different matters. You've got the 4 new felony charges, new felony cases. Let's see, I'll try and start with the first one in chronological order. So the first one is alleged to have occurred March 22nd of 2026. The charges are domestic violence, aggravated assault for impeding the airway, and domestic violence kidnapping. The next is alleged to have occurred May 4th of 2026. Charges are domestic violence, aggravated assault for impeding the airway, and kidnapping. And then May 30th of 2026, charges are domestic violence, aggravated assault for impeding the airway, 2 counts of kidnapping, animal abuse, and sexual abuse. And then finally, 1 charge of unlawful disclosure of images alleged to have occurred on June 1st of 2026. I also have some misdemeanor charges. We will talk about those after the felonies. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney in the felony matters. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And you have counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing. I'll have the state give me your recommendations if you don't mind. Since there is so much going on here, I'd like to hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the 3 matters that aren't that unlawful disclosure case, so the first 3 matters in time, the state's requesting a $100,000 bond on each of those cases, Your Honor. That's based on several factors. The fact that the defendant has, I think even outside of these incidents, a history of a pattern of violent behavior against this victim. The fact that Form 4C indicates high risk, 2 independent Form 4s in 2 different cases, but I think they apply equally to that other matter. The fact that he was on probation, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. I believe that might have also been a domestic violence matter. He's got relatively high new criminal activity and FTA scores. And again, these all 3 of those offenses, we're looking at a pattern of strangling the victim, which is dangerous in any instance that is done, let alone multiple times, Your Honor. So based on all of those factors, whereas for a $100,000 bond in each matter, we think it's amply justified. And beyond that, we're requesting $30,000 in the disclosure case off of several of the same factors, but recognizing that that wasn't, let's say, a violent offense in the traditional sense, without downplaying its severity. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, I'll hear from defense.
Your Honor, he is a lifelong resident of Tucson and has ties to the community. He is currently employed full-time. Pretrial services spoke to his mom, who indicated that she can provide housing, transportation to court, or whatever else might be necessary. I would request that in the disclosure case, you set the bond at $10,000, and on the other matters that you set the bonds at $50,000 respectively.
Okay, so as to the 3 cases that involve the aggravated assaults, the court will impose $50,000 consecutive bonds in each of those 3 matters. That'll be cash or secured release pretrial if posted. Monitoring or treatment is directed. No acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the victim's residence. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for June 15th. And then as to the unlawful disclosure case, the court will order a $10,000 bond in that matter with those same conditions. And then the misdemeanor matters. So it looks like there was a pending domestic violence case from 2023. And then new misdemeanor charges alleged to have occurred on May 24th of this year. Those charges are domestic violence assault, threats and intimidation, threaten to unlawfully disclose images, and disorderly conduct. In those matters, I will enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you are convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. In the misdemeanor matters, I'll order a $2,500 bond. That'll be cash or secured. I will appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. We'll consolidate this one with the 2023 matter. So I am going to vacate the hearing that was scheduled for July 17th. And we'll set a video review with Judge Million on June 10th at 1:30. All right, that's all, sir. You're excused.
Your Honor, these are the Spanish speakers right here as well.
Okay, great.
And the interpreter's ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wait just 1 second, please. Okay. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Edgar René Valenzuela.
Se llama su nombre completo, Edgar René Valenzuela.
And sir, do you need the interpreter?
Señor, ¿necesita usted el intérprete?
Sí, para entender mejor.
Yes, to better understand. Thank you.
All right, sir, I am seeing you this evening because you have a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court for a charge of theft of means of transportation that's alleged to have occurred on May 26th of 2022.
Bueno, señor, usted está compareciendo esta noche ante mí porque usted tiene una orden de aprehensión del Tribunal Superior del Condado de Pima porque tiene una acusación de un robo de un medio de transporte que presuntamente sucedió el 26 de mayo del 2022.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Usted tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra.
You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing.
Usted tiene el derecho de ser representado por un abogado y sí le voy a asignar al defensor público para que lo represente en este caso y para el propósito de esta audiencia usted tiene un abogado sentado enseguida de usted.
I have reviewed all of the information provided, including the state's recommendation of a $1,500 bond, which was the amount that was listed on the warrant. I'll hear from defense.
Ahora dice la juez, yo ya revisé todo el expediente judicial y también la recomendación del fiscal. El fiscal está recomendando que usted se le fije fianza de $1,500, que esa es la cantidad de la orden de arresto. Ahora voy a escuchar al abogado defensor.
Your Honor, he's lived in Tucson for 10 years and has ties to the community.
Su señoría, el señor Valenzuela vive en la ciudad de Tucson y ha vivido en Tucson por los últimos 10 años y sí tiene vínculos con la comunidad.
He's currently employed full-time and would like to be able to keep his job.
Y él actualmente tiene un trabajo de tiempo completo y a él le gustaría mantener su empleo.
Pretrial services spoke to his partner who indicated that they can provide housing, transportation to court, or whatever else is necessary.
Y los servicios previos al juicio ya hablaron con su compañero o compañera y ellos dijeron que ellos estarían dispuestos a darle albergue y también transportarlo si fuera necesario a donde él tenga que ir.
I request that the court would give him an opportunity to be released to pretrial services.
Y yo solicito que a él se le dé la oportunidad de estar bajo los servicios previos al juicio, que quede libre, pero bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
Sorry, I'm going to order that you be released to the supervision of pretrial services.
Señor, sí voy a ordenar que usted salga libre, pero bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
So, sir, you need to make sure that you get in contact with pretrial tomorrow.
Tiene que asegurarse, señor Valenzuela, que usted se ponga en comunicación con esta agencia de los servicios previos al juicio mañana.
And you need to get to Pima County Superior Court in 1 week from today on June 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon for your arraignment.
Y usted necesita comparecer al Tribunal Superior del Condado de Pima en una semana de hoy, el 10 de junio a la 1:30 para su lectura de cargos.
You're going to get paperwork with that information on it, but make sure that you get to that hearing in 1 week or another warrant will likely issue for your arrest and you likely will be held on some kind of bond.
Y usted va a recibir documentos donde dice que usted se tiene que presentar en el tribunal en una semana a partir de hoy. Si usted no se presenta, se va a emitir otra nueva orden de arresto para que lo arresten y entonces sí, va a ser retenido sin fianza.
You understand, sir?
¿Le quedó claro, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. You're excused.
Es todo por hoy. Se puede retirar.
I just, if you can write it.
I can see.
Sir, can I get your full name?
Elvin Alejandro Valenzuela.
Él, Alejandro Valenzuela.
Mr. Valenzuela, I am seeing you this evening on charges of resisting arrest, aggravated assault, and shoplifting.
Señor Valenzuela.
Oh, sorry.
Sí, señor Valenzuela, muy buenas tardes. Usted está compareciendo aquí esta noche porque tiene una acusación de resistirse al arresto, tiene una acusación de agresión con agravantes y robo a tienda.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Usted tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que usted diga puede y será utilizado en su contra.
You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Usted tiene derecho a ser representado por un abogado y sí le voy a asignar al defensor público para que lo represente en este caso.
The state has recommended that I release you to pretrial services, and so I will release you to their supervision.
El fiscal ha recomendado que quede usted libre, pero bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio. Y sí, voy a ordenar que salga libre, pero que quede bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
So, sir, you'll need to make sure that you get in contact with pretrial services tomorrow.
Tiene que asegurarse de comunicarse con esta agencia, con los servicios previos al juicio mañana.
And I'm ordering that you do not return to the incident location.
Y voy a ordenarle que usted no puede regresar a donde sucedieron los hechos.
Your preliminary
Okay.
hearing date is scheduled for June 23rd at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Y la audiencia preliminar programada en este asunto es el 23 de junio a la 1 de la tarde.
But, sir, that hearing may not happen on that date, so it is very important that you're in touch with pretrial and with your attorney so that you do know when to get to court.
Señor, esa fecha del 23 de junio quizás no se realice. Por eso es muy importante que usted se comunique con la agencia de los servicios previos al juicio y que también mantenga comunicación con su abogado por si cambia la fecha.
You understand all of that, sir?
¿Le quedó claro todo eso, señor?
¿Sí me puede repetir la pregunta o sea, cuándo, de mi corte, pues es el 23 o?
Ajá. So, can you repeat if it's going to be the 23rd or is it subject to change or it wasn't very clear to me?
That's correct. It is subject to change. And so you need to be in touch with pretrial and your attorney because they will let you know when you need to get to court.
Sí, esto es correcto, señor. Esa fecha puede cambiar. La audiencia del 23 de junio puede cambiar. Por eso es muy importante que usted se siga comunicando con su abogado y con la agencia de los servicios previos al juicio. Por si se cambia la fecha del 23 a otra fecha, ellos le puedan avisar a usted. Okay.
Okay, that's all. You're excused.
Es todo por hoy. Se puede retirar.
And thank you, Ms. Fernandez. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good night.
Thank you, too. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Luis Cubillas, Luis Fernando Cubillas.
Mr. Cubillas, I am seeing you this evening on a charge of aggravated assault with a dangerous instrument. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Sir, the state has recommended that I release you to pretrial services supervision. So that is what I am going to order. You need to make sure that you get in contact with pretrial services tomorrow. I'm ordering monitoring or treatment as directed by them. I am ordering that you do not possess any firearms or weapons and that you have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, and order that you do not return to the incident location. We'll set a preliminary hearing date. For June 23rd, but sir, that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You'll get a hearing at a later date, so you need to make sure that you're in touch with pretrial services and with your attorney so that you know when to get to court. Do you understand? All right, that's all. You're excused. Hi, sir. Can I get your full name? Oh, he's muted.
Daniel Gregory Ingram.
Mr. Ingram, I am seeing you this evening because there's a warrant out of Superior Court for charges that are alleged to have occurred November 7th of 2025, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, serious physical injury, aggravated assault, temporary but substantial disfigurement, aggravated assault, another count of aggravated assault with a dangerous instrument that is a dangerous crime against children, disorderly conduct, and discharging a firearm in city limits. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you for this evening's hearing. So the state is recommending a $50,000 bond. That's the amount that was listed on the warrant out of Superior Court. I'll hear from defense.
He's 21 years old, so he's relatively young. He's a 1 on the FTA and the NTA scale. He is a lifelong resident of Tucson with ties to the community. I would normally ask for released pretrial services, but I am aware that he is pending sentencing on another matter. And so given that, I'd ask you set the bond in this at $10,000.
So I was going to ask about that because pretrial services list there's his sentencing hearing was scheduled for today in federal court. Do we know what happened with that?
I'll ask him real quick.
Okay.
Supervised too.
Your Honor, he's saying that he was released on probation today in that case. So in light of that, I would request that the court give him a chance to be released pretrial services on this matter.
Okay. So counsel for the state, if you wouldn't mind, do you have any information, because this was a warrant, we don't have an interim complaint. Do you happen to have any information about the allegations?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could just have one moment to pull that up in my system.
Sure.
Generally, Your Honor, it involves a shooting, as I noted in the recommendation, but yes, I've got the grand jury summary in front of me now. If I could just consult that.
No problem.
Incident date, November 7th, 2025. At an apartment complex, there was a fight with weapons. A male had been shot during an altercation. Listed victim Lance Wilson had gunshot wounds to his leg and abdomen. He was transported to the hospital allegedly. The alleged victim's girlfriend was also present, had some friends over and some children as well. So this may have occurred around them, but point being, Your Honor, the state believes that just the fact that this was a fight involving weapons, the victim was shot apparently multiple times, is ample justification for the warrant amount.
I'm going to make it a $25,000 bond. That'll be cash or secured and released to pretrial services. If that bond is posted,
Good evening. This is the time set for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 3rd, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. In the event that there are any alleged victims either listening or watching remotely, I am going to provide the victim rights advisement at this time. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, includes the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing your loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victim rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Before we get started, I am going to explain how we will be proceeding this evening. First, I'm going to call each of you into the courtroom one by one. I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then tell you why you are here and whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you. I will then let you know what your upcoming court dates will be and what your bond will be if you're eligible for bond, and lastly, what your release conditions are. Some of you may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement. I ask that you allow me to complete the advisement without interruption. Once I complete the advisement, you will have the opportunity to ask questions that you may have regarding your release conditions. You are cautioned to keep your questions related to release conditions only, as this is a recorded proceeding and anything that you say here could be used against you. Any questions or concerns that you may have should be directed towards your attorney. The first person that I'm calling into the courtroom is Mohammed Akaf. I am so sorry. I feel like I'm going to mess up your last name. If you will please just come into the courtroom. And Byron Lawrence, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Yes, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Mohammed Al-Kafaji, 1188.
I apologize for my inability to pronounce your last name. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bonds, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
Is it cash or is it?
It's secured appearance, so it's 10% plus collateral. No, did we print them out already? Okay. And Byron Lawrence, will you please come to the podium? And Zion Kaufman, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Breon Lawrence, August 29th, 1985.
You are here today on a new case. You are charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of unlawful use of means of transportation, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to the charges, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest. An additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Kaufman, will you please come to the podium? And Eugene Specs, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yeah, Diane Kaufman, 7987.
Thank you.
And
You-
just,
no, you were here today. Do you have an accommodation that you need? Or were you just wanting to like tell me things?
I was just letting you know, ma'am, that my legal name is not what you have in the system. That's not my legal name. And the warrant that I have is not entirely filled out.
I'm looking at your grand jury warrant. It has the name of Diane Kaufman.
That's not my legal name. I have the name change order here, ma'am.
Okay, so I can't do anything about that right now. So what we can do, we're just gonna move forward today, but what you need to do, because I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
I'll represent myself, ma'am.
Well, for today, I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. I can't do anything about the name change. If you want to file a motion or whatever else, then that's what you would need to do to get that filed, but I can't do anything about the name change today.
Okay.
Okay, and so I'm gonna go ahead and move forward. You are here today because you have a grand jury warrant. A grand jury charged you with 1 count of aggravated assault against a correctional employee, a class 5 felony. The date of the alleged offense was May 23rd, 2025. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your grand jury warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. I do understand that you're in DOC custody at this time.
No, ma'am. Actually, I have documentation to show that as long as I can get this detainer removed, I'm free to leave.
I have information that you are in DOC custody until June 14th.
No, that's incorrect, ma'am.
I am June 14th of what year? Okay, that's what I'm seeing, but the way that the year is, I have the year of 2101. So,
Ma'am, can I show this to you?
so anyways, while you are here in the custody of the sheriff, the imposition of the bond will allow you to accrue credit towards your time that you are serving. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. All the things that you want to present today, you will need to do that at your next hearing. This is not the setting for that. So whether you want to do it on your own by representing yourself or through your attorney, what you're wanting to present to the court, this is not the setting to do that. So you will need to do that at your hearing on June 10th.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, you'll set to your left. Officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Specs, will you please come to the podium? And Sadara Gilmore, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Eugene Specs, 71683.
You were here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You'll have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30. Your warrant has a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
A cash bond only?
That's what the warrant says.
Why so high?
Usually when I see bonds that are that high, it looks like your case, either you didn't show up for sentencing.
I mean, there's no way you can like kind of lower it?
That's not for me to lower. That's
Okay,
the
next
judge
court.
that you didn't appear in front of. That judge issued the warrant.
On the 9th? Or do I see the same judge?
This
or?
warrant was issued on October 23rd of 2025.
Yeah. So do I wait to go to court and see if I can lower my bond or?
That's what your attorney will do for you.
Okay.
That request.
All right, let it?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Gilmore, will you please come to the podium? And Don Thomas, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, it's Adria Gilmer, December 18th, 1992.
You are here today because you have 2 warrants that were issued when you failed to appear for your court dates. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in both matters. For your first matter, you will have a disposition hearing on June 9th at 8:30. For the second warrant, you will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30. Each of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. So your total secured appearance bond between the 2 cases is $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court dates. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants would again issue for your arrest and additional bond would be
I
imposed.
did have a question. During those court dates, because I'm most likely going to be incarcerated until then, is there any, how do I give them the note that I got from the hospital because I was in the hospital the day that I had court?
What day did you have court?
I had court on the 27th.
So you would have to do that through your attorney because I don't have a way to take in that type of information. So you would have to do that through your attorney.
Okay.
Okay, and your attorney will be at court with you. They'll be there on June 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Thomas, will you please come to the podium? And Valdemar Rosales, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Don Thomas, August 10th, 1971.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you're able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. If you fail to do so, that would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. You have the wrong address. You have my living address, not my mailing address for any court appearances. I thought I straightened it out with my public defender. And I do take care of my 93-year-old father-in-law and my fiance who got ran over by a truck in October. Is there any way I can get an OR bond? I live in Arlington, and perhaps can I have a virtual court? Because I don't have transportation.
You're making motions and requests that's not proper for this court.
I'm sorry.
So any other setting that you're requesting, you would need to do that through your attorney. When I'm looking at your release order, the last one, it looks like were you present at that court date? It looks like you were when this setting was made.
I didn't get no mail.
But if you were present at the court date,
I think I got arrested. Last time I was here, I was.
That's not what I'm referencing.
Okay. Can you repeat then? I don't understand what you're saying.
So it looks like there were other things going on. I'm looking at the docket. It looks like there was a motion to suspend prosecution. Typically that happens because something is trying to be worked out that may potentially benefit you.
Yes.
And then it looks like that did not work out. So there was a motion that was filed to resume prosecution.
I was trying to get it reinstated, the stage.
Well, ma'am, it sounds to me like you have a lot of reasons of why you haven't done things. And it looks like you've been given the benefit of a lot of things. I'm looking at the docket for the history of your case. And so I believe that this is why the warrant is set in the amount that it has been set based on the history of this case and what's been going on. So I'm not, I will look into it. I generally will look into things to see if there's a good cause. I do not see a good cause here. So the bond in the amount of $1,000 is affirmed. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Or is it
10% plus collateral. Mr. Rosales, will you please come to the podium? And Eric Vasquez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Baltimore Omar Rosales. My birthday is 1/8 of 1986.
You were here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with one count of aggravated assault against a healthcare professional, a Class 6 felony. The date of the alleged offense is February 6th of 2026. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30. Your direct complaint had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
The only thing, ma'am, I didn't know about this.
This is not a failure to appear.
Oh,
So you may have been arrested in February 5th or 6th of this year. At the time of your arrest, charges were not filed at that time, so you were probably released from custody. Charges were subsequently filed, and it doesn't look like a summons. I'm looking to see. Yeah, it does not look like a summons went out. It just a warrant went out.
so I'm not gonna be released then?
The warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000.
Wow. 'Cause there's no lower bond than that? Because ma'am, I just barely moved.
Okay, so right now, I'm
Okay.
just being very clear. These are other judges that receive information. They issue these warrants and they put bonds on them based on the information that they have. My job here today is to tell you about the warrant and to tell you the bond. So that judge who issued this warrant, they received the information regarding the charges based on the information that they reviewed, based on your criminal history that they take into consideration, and the serious nature of the charge. That's the bonds that they have come up with.
Okay.
Mr. Vasquez, if you'll please come to the podium, and Jason Bochat, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello.
Hi. My name is Eric Vasquez, 042185.
You are here today because a grand jury charged you with one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is November 27th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. I am aware that you're in DOC custody. The payment of the bond will not secure your release, but by imposing the bond, it allows you to continue to accrue credit towards the time that you are serving while you're in the sheriff's custody. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
I do actually. So, and I'm just because I don't really know how this works. I'm in prison right now for this whole matter, but
Not this matter.
not this matter. So
This
it's
is a different matter.
a whole different matter. Okay.
Mhm.
So I would have to be here until the next court date. I'll have to be here in county until the next court date, or
Typically, what happens is that you would stay in custody until the matter was completed, and then you'll return to DOC custody.
Oh.
And that's why the bond is imposed, so that while you're here, you're still getting credit towards your time that you're serving for the sentence on the matter that you are in DOC custody for.
DRC custody. So so then I'll just have to be here until the next court date, correct? Or
At a minimum, but
At a minimum.
once you meet with your attorney, you'll decide on how you would like to proceed with your case. And depending on what you would like to do, that determines how long your case will be pending.
okay.
Okay?
And do we know a court date or?
Yes, your court date is on June 10th at 8:30.
Okay, perfect. Thank you
And
so
you'll
much.
get the paperwork that gives you the same information.
Thank you so much. I
Mhm.
appreciate you.
Mr. Pochat, if you'll please come to the podium. Sir, and we're gonna have to reprint this one. Well, first, I just want to make sure, Mr. Pachette, are you scheduled to be released from DOC custody or no? I just saw that you were picked up from DOC custody, but I didn't have information about.
Well, I am, but it's all a cluster messed up right now because I had 2 court dates on the same day, ma'am.
No, that's not the question that I'm asking.
What'd you say? When am I supposed to be released from DOC?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When?
I don't know exact date.
But you still have time that you're serving on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The reason that I got this warrant is because I had 2 court dates on the same day, and I went and got
This isn't a failure to appear warrant.
It's not.
I haven't told you anything. You just started talking without me even telling you why you're here. I was just trying to figure out what's going on with you so that I would have my orders issued properly, because the only information that I had was that you were in DOC custody, but I didn't have any information as far as what your release date was. So that's what I was trying to confirm with you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's ready to print. Oh. Okay, sir, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. 02/17/1986.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $400. I am aware that you're in DOC custody, and so payment of the bond would not secure your release. However, it will allow you to continue to accrue credit towards the time that you are serving in DOC custody while you're in the custody of the sheriff's office. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any other questions for me?
If I pay my bond, no, I should just wait until my next court date, right, ma'am?
Payment of the bond is not going to secure your release.
No, I know that. I just don't like being in county. I would just take care of this matter, and that's why I put in a squash warrant form, and that's why I'm here.
So I'm looking at, this is not, I don't know what you were doing. This is a warrant for probation violation. As I was researching while you were talking, I actually was able to find that there was an order that was issued securing your appearance so that you could take care of this matter. And that order also states that you cannot, that you will remain in the custody of the sheriff's office until this matter is completed. Once this matter is completed, then you will return to DOC custody. So that's the order of the judge who issued this warrant.
Okay.
All right, so if you have no other questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. McDaniel, will you please come to the podium? And Daryl Childers, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, ma'am, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Ashley McDaniel. That date of birth is September 22nd, 1986.
You are here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you're able to post bonds, you cannot possess any weapons. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the loss of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
If my mom's able to post my bond, I can go home, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Childers, will you please come to the podium? Sarah will be with you in just one moment. We need to reprint this order as well. Okay, sir, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daryl Childers, 12/15/1959.
Thank you. You were here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. I am aware that you are in DOC custody. There was a order that was issued arranging for you to appear on this matter today.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. There was an order that was issued arranging your appearance to appear on this warrant today. That order also indicated that you will remain in the sheriff's custody until this matter is completed. Once this matter is completed, you will return to DOC custody. Payment of the bond will not secure your release, but the imposition of the bond will allow you to continue to get credit towards the time that you are serving in DOC custody.
So I have 2 warrants.
I only see one.
Okay. All right, I guess that's fine. I'm sure they've probably posted bond on this.
You are not eligible for bond on this because
okay.
you're in DOC custody.
All right, so what's my release date, may I ask?
Okay, I don't have that information.
Okay, well, I understand.
So
thank you.
That was not provided to me.
Okie dokie.
You'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. I'm just checking a couple of things out. I'm just looking at a couple of things before we. Jory Lambert, if will you please come to the podium, and Jessica Hicks, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, Jory Lambert, 7/30/1991.
You were here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. If you're able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Ms. Hicks, will you please come to the podium, and Anthony Munoz, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jessica Hicks, 8484.
You were here today because you have a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Your warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you cannot possess any weapons and you must appear for your court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Munoz, will you please come to the podium? And Jacob Butler, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Hello, my name is Anthony Munoz, July 20th, 2005.
You are here today because you have two warrants. One is out of Arrowhead Justice Court. The other one is out of Goodyear Municipal Court. As to your Arrowhead Justice Court matter, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 8th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. As to your Goodyear Municipal Court matter, I also appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So your total secured appearance bond between the two cases is $550. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court dates. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that you post. Warrants would again issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Looks like you have a question.
Yes, I had got a mail letter months ago for the one in Goodyear that the case was dropped because I was a victim in that case. And I went to jail for it, and I'm not lying, they gave me a...
I mean, I don't have any way to verify.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm confused about that one.
There is a warrant. It is valid. It was confirmed, and it has a bond of $500 on it. It says that it is pre-adjudication. Has your name and your date of birth.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so if there's nothing further, if you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Butler, will you please come to the podium? And Bryce Jolly, if you'll please have a seat in the chair by the door. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jacob Butler, January 8, 1999.
You were here today because you have a warrant out of North Mesa Justice Court. This looks like it's a warrant. It's a DUI warrant. It looks like it's involving a warrant for failing to pay fees. Due to the nature of the charge, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel today. You will have an arraignment hearing on June 18th at 1 p.m. I am going to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes.
Failing to do so will result in another warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond could be imposed. I did release you because it looks like it is a warrant for failing to pay fees or fines. The underlying offense was a DUI. This is giving you an opportunity to go to court. Generally speaking, most of these courts have a financial department that will allow for you to set up some type of payment arrangement. Failing to go to court and failing to try to find some way to resolve this is going to continue to result in warrants issuing for your arrest and you spending time in custody. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
You'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Jolly, will you please come to the podium, and Amanda Hobbs, will you please have a seat in the chair by the door? Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Bryce Jolly, April 28th, 1997.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree of a residential yard, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to this charge, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You'll have an arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 9 a.m. Prior to the hearing, the court did receive a victim impact statement. The court did take into consideration the concerns and wishes of the alleged victim in this matter. I am going to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes,
Please be advised that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You may not reside at the location of the alleged victim. If you have any belongings still there, you'll be permitted 1 civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in collecting your essential belongings. You cannot possess any weapons. If there is an order of protection or an injunction against harassment that is issued, you must comply with the terms of those orders. You're also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hobbs, will you please come to the podium? Hello, ma'am. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Amanda Hobbs, April 9th, 1984.
You were here today because you have 1 new case and then you have a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of using an artifice to facilitate shoplifting, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to the charge, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 18th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 22nd at 8:30. I am going to release you to be supervised by your probation officer, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes.
Please be advised that you have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. As to your probation violation warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You'll have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. Again, I'm inclined to release you to be supervised by your probation officer. You do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Yes.
Failure to comply with, and again, you cannot possess any weapons, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Failing to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and bonds will be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about. Do you have any questions for me?
That's all.
Okay, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Okay.
Community safety through service.
Is the interpreter able to hear the court okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start now. Mr. Alexander Marietta, if you'll please come to the podium.
Alexandro Marietta, ¿puede por favor pasar al podio?
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Hola, señor, por favor, diga su nombre, su apellido y su fecha de nacimiento.
Alexander Ortiz Murrieta, 7 de febrero del 2000.
Alexander Ortiz Murrieta, 27-2000.
You are here today on a new case.
Usted está aquí en un caso nuevo.
You were charged with one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony.
Usted está haciendo cargos de posesión de una arma que es un delito mayor, clase 4.
And one count of misconduct involving weapons, a class 6 felony.
Y un cargo de conducta con una arma que es un delito mayor.
I did find probable cause as to both charges.
Sí, encontré causa probable ante las dos cargos.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Sí, asigné a un abogado para que lo represente.
You have a status conference hearing on June 9th at 8:30.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, please repeat the time.
June 9th at 8:30.
Tiene usted una audiencia junio 9 a las 8:30.
You have a preliminary hearing on June 11th at 8:30.
Tiene una audiencia preliminar junio 11 a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000.
Tiene una fianza segura de comparecencia de $25,000.
If you are able to post bond,
Si usted puede pagar la fianza,
you cannot possess any weapons.
no puede estar en posesión de ningún arma
And you must appear for your court dates.
y debe presentarse a la fecha de su corte.
Failing to do so,
Si no se presenta,
will result in the loss of any bond that you post.
resultará en la pérdida de cualquier fianza que usted pague.
A warrant would issue for your arrest.
Y se dará una orden para su arresto
And additional bond could be imposed.
y pudiera imponérsele fianza adicional.
This takes care of everything that I needed to talk to you about.
Eso concluye todo lo que yo tenía que hablarle.
Do you have any questions for me?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí?
No, ahorita no, gracias.
No, not at the moment, thank you.
You'll step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork.
Puede pasar atrás, el oficial le va a dar sus papeles.
Jesus, Victoria, if you'll please come to the podium.
Jesús Victorias, por favor, pase al podio.
Hello, sir. Can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Por favor, diga su nombre, su apellido y su fecha de nacimiento.
Jesús Daniel Mondragón Victoriano. Mi fecha de nacimiento es el 20 de septiembre de 1991.
Jesús Daniel Mondragón. ¿Cuál era el
Victoriano.
siguiente apellido? Victoriano.
Victoriano.
July 20, 1991.
I believe his birthday, he said September. Can you ask him again?
Disculpe, la fecha de nacimiento otra vez.
20 de septiembre de 1991.
I apologize. September 20, 1991.
Sir, you were here today because you have a warrant out of West McDowell Justice Court.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, please repeat.
You have a warrant out of West McDowell Justice Court.
Thank you. Usted está aquí porque tiene una orden de arresto en la corte de West McDowell.
An initial arrest warrant was issued where you were charged with the following.
Una orden de arresto se expidió inicialmente donde se le impuso cargos siguientes.
DUI involving liquor, drugs, vapors, or a combination, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Conduciendo bajo la influencia de licor, drogas, vapores, combinación, que es un delito menor clase 1.
One count as DUI with a BAC of .08 or more, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Conducir bajo la influencia BOC de .08, que es una clase 1 delito menor.
One count of extreme DUI with a BAC of .15 to .20, a class 1 misdemeanor.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that one?
Extreme DUI.
Extremo conducir bajo la influencia.
With a BAC.
Con un BAC.
Of .15.
De .15.
To .20.
2.0.
A class 1 misdemeanor.
Delito menor clase 1.
The date of these alleged charges is June 3rd of 2023.
La fecha de estos delitos menores alegados es junio 3 del 2023.
You have an arraignment hearing on June 23rd at 1 p.m.
Tiene una audiencia de lectura de cargos junio 23 a la 1 p.m.
I am going to release you on your own recognizance.
Lo voy a poner en libertad bajo su propia palabra.
That means I'm releasing you back into the community without bond.
Significa que lo estoy liberando a la comunidad sin tener que pagar fianza.
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
¿Usted promete comparecer a la fecha que tiene corte?
Sí, prometo.
Yes, I promise.
Please be advised that if you fail to appear for your court date,
Por favor, esté por avisado que si usted no se presenta a su audiencia,
a warrant will issue for your arrest
se presentará una orden para su arresto
and a bond would be imposed.
y se impondrá una fianza.
Do you have any questions for me?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí?
No, es todo.
No, that's all.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, the officer is going to give you your paperwork.
Pase a la izquierda, el oficial le va a dar sus papeles.
Mr. Interpreter, thank you so much for helping us out this evening. That completes our interpreter matters. You may be excused.
You're welcome. Thank you for using our services, Your Honor. Good day.
Innocent Mujer, date of birth, October 1st, 1989, is here because he has a warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court. Due to the nature of the charge, he's not entitled to court-appointed counsel. He will have an arraignment hearing on June 17th at 9 a.m. I am inclined to release him on his own recognizance. He will be advised that if he fails to appear for his court date, another warrant would issue for his arrest and a bond will be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Mujer. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Joshua Bryant's date of birth, November 21st, 1995, is here because he has a probation violation warrant. He is not physically present in court due to disruptive behavior. I did appoint an attorney to represent him in this matter. He does have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. His warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If he's able to post bond, he cannot possess any weapons and he must appear for his court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that he posts. Another warrant would issue for his arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Bryan. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Paul Dewey, date of birth, January 18th, 1991, is here on a probation violation matter warrant. He is not physically present in court due to being in medical isolation. I did appoint an attorney to represent him in this matter. He will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If he's able to post bond, he cannot possess any weapons and he must appear for his court date. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that he posts. Another warrant would issue for his arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. Dewey. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. Malcolm McCann, date of birth, August 18th, 1991, is here on 4 probation violation matters. He is not physically present in court due to refusing to follow orders. I have appointed an attorney to represent him in all 4 matters. He will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 10th at 8:30. His first warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. His second warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $450. His third warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. And his last warrant has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. If Mr. McCann is able to post bond, he cannot possess any weapons and he must appear for all of his court dates. Failing to do so would result in the loss of any bond that he posts. Warrants would again issue for his arrest and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with Mr. McCann. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m. I'm not going back there. Are you taking the tablet back there? Oh, yeah, that's fine. No, I was like, no.
They tried rubbing him and everything, and like he responds to like stimuli very
Okay, so how are we, I didn't know that he was not late. Yeah, I don't think that we should not have done that then if he's not responsive. I think we need to move him to the 11 and, yep. We are back on the record for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. I am recalling Paul Dewey, date of birth, January 18th, 1991. Mr. Dewey is not responsive at this time. The court finds it was not appropriate to continue due to his non-responsiveness, so he will be moved to the 11 p.m. calendar. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m.
Hearings. Visit our website.
So so we're going to Mr. Mahir for, do they know to go to see Mr.? Okay. We are back on the record for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. The court is recalling innocent Mujer. Based on the court's observations at this time, the court finds the court is changing its order. I am going to impose a $250 secured appearance bond because the court, just based on the behavior that the court is observing, the court does believe that there is a community safety concern. So he will have a $250 secured appearance bond and his court date. I did appoint an attorney to represent him, and he will have a court date on June 8th at 8:30. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m.
Okay. Good evening. This is the 11 p.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for June 3rd, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for relief, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You are all here today on criminal matters. That means that you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being broadcast live. I will only ask you for your name and your date of birth. There may be victims watching the live stream, so I will read the victim rights advisement, and then we'll begin with your hearing. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now begin with your hearings, and I'll call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, please come stand at the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name. Please have a seat in those chairs right there by the door so that we can move quickly. I may need to pause the hearing from time to time to handle warrants, so just remain seated in that seat by the door while you wait for your name to be called. At the end of your hearing, you'll be provided some paperwork, and that has all the information I'm about to give you, your attorney's name, phone number, the next courthouse, as well as those release conditions that you need to review. Please hold on to that paperwork. It is important for you to know that information. We'll begin today with Devin, or excuse me, the numbers jumped around on me. One moment, please.
The first one was a male.
That was really important. No, I thought number 2 was first. Oh, she did. Okay, I see. Okay, thank you.
If you want to do her at any point, I can call, and then whenever I get it, we can do it, or how it works.
Oh, so we have 2 Spanish speakers
Yeah,
now.
because that's when
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and do the Spanish speakers first.
Okay.
So, we'll wait for just one moment while we get an interpreter on the line, which is fine. So we'll have Miss Maria de Gorostita. Please have a seat in the chair by the door until we get an interpreter. After Miss Maria, we will go ahead and have Miss Jacqueline Dominguez because we'll have an interpreter on the line.
Dominguez? No, are you able to discuss the legal matter too? Okay. Are you just going to sit with the legal matter? Oh, I mean,
Okay.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Enrique, yo seré su intérprete en español. Todo lo que se diga será confidencial. Por favor, hable con frases cortas para que pueda interpretar todo.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Enrique. My name is Commissioner Gentry. Before we begin, I need to ask if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English into Spanish, as well as the attorney's words from English into Spanish, and then the defendant's words from Spanish into English, exactly as we say them or to the best of your ability.
I swear that I'm going to transmit the words from English to Spanish or Spanish for English, exactly as we say it.
Okay, thank you. We will begin. Ms. Maria de Gorostita, please come to the podium.
Señorita María, ¿se puede acercar hacia el podio?
Para dónde?
Okay. Because you have an attorney, ma'am, I am going to direct my questions and attention to the attorney who's on the screen. So I can see your attorney here today.
Debido a que usted tiene un abogado, señora, voy a dirigir mis preguntas y mi atención hacia el abogado, ya que lo tengo en la pantalla y puedo ver a su abogado aquí el día de hoy.
Okay. Please go ahead and make your announcement, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Jose Saldivar representing Maria Rojas de Gorostieta, who is present in custody.
Thank you. And from the state.
Your Honor, should I wait for the interpreter?
Yeah.
El nombre es... Sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you.
El nombre es Saldivar, representando a María Rojas, quien se presenta aquí ahora en custodia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Gracias, buenas noches. Así Simpson, parte del Estado.
Okay. Thank you. We're here today on a grand jury warrant. It is alleging one count fraudulent scheme and artifices, which is a class 2 felony.
Y bueno, nos encontramos aquí desde el jurado con con un crimen por parte de una fraudulenta, por una venta fraudulenta en esta audiencia, con un crimen de clase 2.
2 counts of forgery, which is a class 4 felony.
2 cargos de una crimen de clase 4.
And 1 count of perjury or false statement, which is a class 4 felony.
Y también un cargo por una declaración falsa, lo cual sería un crimen de clase A.
In this case, the grand jury has found probable cause.
En este caso, el gran jurado ha encontrado unas causas probables.
Mr. Salvador, were you going to make arguments about probable cause and release conditions?
Just
¿Quisiera usted hacer algún argumento acerca de las causas probables y las condiciones de liberación?
Yes, Your Honor, on release conditions only.
Sí, su honorable, esto solo para las condiciones de liberación.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So I did see the recommendation for a $250,000 cash bond.
Y sí, pude ver la recomendación por el total de 250,000 de fianza efectiva, en efectivo.
Based on this following information, that is, in my opinion, clearly excessive, Your Honor.
Basada en la siguiente información, esto sería, en mi opinión, claramente excesiva, ¿su honorario?
I am requesting that she be released on her own recognizance. As you can see in the Form 4, my client ended up contacting the police department. In this case, it was the Phoenix Police Department.
Así que yo estoy solicitando que la liberación sea en cuanto a su reconocimiento de ella, debido a que mi cliente haya contactado con la policía, en este caso que fue el Departamento de Policía de Phoenix.
And she did so as soon as she was referenced in a redacted indictment pertaining to her son, where they reference her as the mother of the defendant and the mother being a co-defendant.
Así que debido a que ha sido referenciada como un dictamen que ha sido redactado pertinentemente hacia su hijo, donde ahora ha sido usted referenciada como la madre del defendido, y también la madre ha sido co-defendida.
Without police ever wanting to or making any attempts to execute the warrant for her arrest, we ended up going to the Phoenix Police Department on Washington, and no law enforcement officer wanted to arrest her, so they directed us to attend. They actually took my phone and took a picture of a list of precincts where I can accompany my client to have her arrested. We showed up to the 16th Street precinct, and they still did not want to take her into custody. They had me call several phone numbers, and finally I got a hold of an officer who was able to meet with her at one of the precincts to actually take her into custody. So she's obviously not a flight risk, Your Honor. She has no prior failure to appears, no prior felony convictions. There are no identified victims in this case. She is a U.S. citizen, and she's been residing in Arizona, so she has strong community ties since the 1980s. She also has 4 children who are currently residing in Arizona. She is 62 years old.
Y bueno, debido a que se llevó a la policía no quiso detener en ese momento. De hecho, tomamos los números y tratamos de ver en distintos precintos, ya que no se quería tener como en custodia. Incluso tuvimos que llevar a la clienta a el recinto que se encuentra en el número 16 para la custodia y hemos llamado a diferentes números telefónicos y finalmente he hablado con un oficial que ha sido capaz de encontrarse con ella y hablar acerca de tenerla en custodia debido a que ella no está en un riesgo en general, debido a que no ha fallado en sus apariciones, se ha identificado, no hay víctimas identificadas en este caso. Ella es una ciudadana estadounidense que radica en Arizona. Ella tiene un gran vínculo con su comunidad, un vínculo con su comunidad que tiene desde 1980. Ella tiene 4 hijos, los cuales también están actualmente residiendo en Arizona. Tiene una edad de 62 años de edad.
And I've notified the state through a detective manual since September of 2025 when she was being investigated in this manner, Your Honor, that we have been representing her since then, that she would show up to court, that they can issue a summons, or we can meet at a location to have her arrested. And my client was aware of the potential of there being a case against her since September of 2025, and she has not absconded or attempted to abscond. She has retained counsel, and she did show up today with a bag full of medication because she has a lot of health issues. And given all that, Your Honor, I would ask that she be released on her own recognizance, or if the court is not inclined to do that, to impose the least onerous conditions pursuant to Rule 7.2A2.
Y bueno, de hecho se le notificó incluso desde septiembre del 2025 acerca de la investigación que estaba sucediendo y ella sabía, ya que hemos estado representándola desde entonces. Ella se encontró en la corte, incluso sabiendo que podía ser arrestada, y ella se ha presentado en todo esto. Así que ella no tiene realmente como que no está buscando la forma de salir y de escaparse de esta situación, y debido a que ella se encuentra incluso el día de hoy, se ha mostrado aquí incluso con su bolsa llena de medicamentos, debido a que ella tiene muchos problemas de salud, y debido a todo esto, su honoría es lo que se le está solicitando, que se pueda ser liberada con un reconocimiento, en este caso de que ella tiene estas numerosas condiciones que está portando.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, counsel. From the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state presently is not privy to any information prior to today's hearing. The state is not the attorney of record in this case. However, Your Honor, this is a grand jury case. A judicial officer heard this case along with the grand jury. They determined that probable cause did exist. The judicial officer heard the case. He or she did consider all factors, including 15 factors that are required to determine if bond is appropriate, as well as the allegations, Your Honor. They felt that the $250,000 cash bond was appropriate. The state is unable to go into detail as to why that is, Your Honor. However, they did feel that it was appropriate, so the state would ask that bond be affirmed, not only for that reason, but to give the attorney of record for the state the opportunity to appear on this case, Your Honor, and make an argument, given that they are much more familiar with the procedural history of it, as well as the allegations of this case. The state would also note that there does appear to be 2 other co-defendants, Your Honor, and the state was able to look at the other co-defendants' charges this entire case, Your Honor, there are some very serious charges that are involved in this case. So, Your Honor, the state would ask that bond be set, or not set, but ask that bond be affirmed. Thank you.
Y bueno, considerando todos los factores que se han mostrado en este caso, su Honoría, y los argumentos que se han propuesto, que se han dado, en este caso con los familiares, ha habido 15 factores que se requieren una determinada alegación. La fianza que se estipuló en un inicio con $250,000 se debería de revisar para una alegación, en este caso con el Estado, que se pueda hacer un tipo de apelación, debido a que en este caso también está la codependencia de otras dos personas, y debido a estos otros codependientes en este entero caso, me parece que sí hay algunos de estos cargos que son muy serios, que están involucrados. Su Honoría, y el Estado deberá de colocar una fianza que pueda ser revisada y firmada para esto.
Okay. Thank you, counsel, both for both of your arguments. This court is in a difficult position where we do not have access to the grand jury transcript. We do not know what was considered, but we do know that there was a judicial officer who did affirm this $250,000 cash-only appearance bond. And I haven't heard anything this evening that would make me question that decision. And so this court is going to affirm the $250,000 cash-only appearance bond.
Bueno, en este caso no tenemos acceso a la transcripción del gran jurado y no tenemos el conocimiento de qué fue lo que se consideró para que se haya dado esto. Sin embargo, hay una orden oficial que afirmó estos $250,000 en efectivo como una fianza de apariencia. Así que no he escuchado nada en esta tarde que me pueda hacer el preguntarme o cuestionar por qué se tomó esa decisión. Así que en esta corte lo que va a hacer es afirmar esa fianza de apariencia única de 250 en efectivo. 250,000 en efectivo.
Your next hearing date will be June 10th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And counsel, you're welcome to put in a motion to reduce the bond, and it can be heard by the judge who will be doing the grand jury matter.
Your Honor, could the hearing be set out to perhaps June 24th? My client will waive time. I know it's 3 weeks from now, but I'm planning on filing a motion this week that would give the state the opportunity, sufficient enough time to respond to my motion and me get a copy of the grand jury transcripts and be ready to argue that motion at the not guilty arraignment, Your Honor.
Bueno, va a tener otra audiencia que se va a presentar en junio 10 a las 8:30 de la mañana, que sería en el centro de Phoenix, donde se podrá ya en ese lugar exponer también la reducción de esa fianza, ya que podrá ser escuchado por el juez, quien será ya llevado a una materia de gran jurado. Y dice, debido a que las citas se presentan muy pronto, podría ser en junio 24, sé que solo son 3 semanas a partir de ahora, pero estamos tratando de llenar una moción al respecto y quisiéramos darle una semana para tener la oportunidad de que respondan a esta moción y darle una copia de la transcripción completa para que la tengamos lista para el gran jurado, para que esté lista para el momento antes de ese pago. Sonoría.
Unfortunately, that is not in my ability to do for you today, sir. It is set on June 10th, but you may make that motion to the next judge.
All right. And you said 8:30, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. You'll be provided with the paperwork, and the paperwork will also be emailed to your counsel.
Se le proveerá de los papeles y esos papeles también se les mandarán por correo electrónico a su consejero.
Okay. Go ahead and please take your paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. And you may be excused if you have no other matters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We do have one more Spanish language defendant, Jacqueline Dominguez Gallegos. Please come to the podium. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Señorita Jacqueline Domínguez Gallegos, por favor, acérquese al podio y por favor diga su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
Jacqueline Domínguez, 31 de julio del 2000.
Jacqueline Domínguez, July the 31st, 2000.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Gracias. Y usted se encuentra aquí por un caso nuevo.
It was alleged that you may have committed one count of forgery with a written instrument, which is a Class 4 felony, and one count of possessing a forged instrument, also a Class 4 felony.
Y se encuentra aquí por haber cometido un cargo por utilizar un instrumento el cual genera un cargo de clase A y también un instrumento que ha sido forjado, lo cual genera también otro crimen de clase A.
This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you.
Esta corte ha encontrado que pueda tener una causa probable y así que puede tener un abogado que le asista a usted.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 18th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su siguiente auditoría sería en junio 18 a las 8:30 de la mañana y sería en Phoenix, en el centro.
You are going to be released on your promise to go to that hearing, so make sure you attend or they'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
Usted va a ser liberada con la promesa de que se presentará en esa audición, en esa auditoría, pero asegúrese de atenderla o sería ya buscada y se le colocaría una orden de arresto.
Okay. Please take your paperwork now.
Por favor, llévese sus papeles.
And for the interpreter, thank you very much for your service to the court. That was a difficult hearing. We appreciate your effort.
Thank you very much. Again, my ID number is 3144. Have a good night.
Okay, we now begin with the English-speaking hearings, and they will go fairly quickly. Again, all the information I'm about to give you is on your paperwork. So we'll go ahead with Devin Kupris. Please come to the podium, and then Dale Perez, have a seat by the door. Please say your name and date of birth.
Devin Kupris, 08-1902.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a grand jury warrant. It is alleging that you had committed one count fraudulent schemes with a Class 2 felony, one count forgery with a written instrument, and that is a Class 4 felony, 2 counts taking the identity of another, Class 4 felony, 1 count having a weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, and 1 count impersonation, criminal impersonation, which is a Class 6 felony. So the grand jury considered the facts and found probable cause. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 10th at 8:30 in the morning, and the grand jury did set the bond at cash only $100,000. If you're able to post that bond, carefully follow your release conditions and go to your hearing. If you are not, you will stay in custody and be transported to the next hearing.
Can I ask one thing about that? I've been in custody for 5 months now.
Okay.
The original charge I'm in custody for, I have a hearing in the morning, a verbal argument for modification for release. I was just accepted to Phoenix Rescue Mission. So, and I've been doing a lot of programming. I actually just got a certificate for mental health, New Freedom program, while in the jail.
Do you have?
I'm sorry, Start Now. And I just started New Freedom. I don't have my certificate with me because they caught me off guard with pay but I have it in the jail. Like everything I'm telling you is factual. I have my certificate for Start Now. I'm doing New Freedom. I'm already have the acceptance letter to Phoenix Rescue Mission, and they're already interviewed me and said they're willing to pick me up from here as soon as I am able to be released. So that's what the modification is for tomorrow, because I have a $50,000 bond on my original charge. I know it's maybe not possible with the charges and the extra charges now that it'd be a straight OR to that program, but if there any way that you consider that or make it a reasonable bond, something that I can pay so I can actually do the programming. Like I want an opportunity to work on myself and better myself instead of just getting stuck straight into the prison system.
I appreciate your arguments, sir, and they are very good arguments. Unfortunately, I do not have access to the underlying charges in this grand jury. I just see what they are, but not why they're there. And there was a judicial officer who reviewed it and approved this bond amount. Anything over $10,000 does go before a judge, and they look at it and they affirm it. And so I am going to affirm it, but since you have an attorney working with you on that motion to modify, it sounds like, make sure you show them your paperwork and ask them these questions. Even though this grand jury arraignment is not until June 10th, if you have an attorney, maybe it will be the same one, public defender's office.
My trial date is on June 10th also for the first
Okay.
matter.
So definitely make sure to show them this paperwork that you have, but I'm not going to change the bond today, sir.
Okay, it's 100,000 cash?
It is, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Have a
please
good
take
night.
your paperwork. Thank you, sir. Dale Perez, please come to the podium. Kyle McRoy, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Yes, Dale Anthony Perez Jr., 11/1983.
Thank you, sir. You're here also on a grand jury warrant. This one alleges you may have committed armed robbery with a deadly weapon, which is a Class 2 felony. Also aggravated robbery, which is a Class 3 felony. Theft of means of transportation, Class 3 felony, and then organized retail theft, Class 4 felony. So the grand jury found probable cause and issued a warrant for your arrest. An attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing date is downtown Phoenix on June 10th at 8:30 in the morning, and you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. You can use a bonding company. If you're able to post that bond, make sure you follow your release conditions. It does look like you are on probation, so call your probation officer and follow your terms of probation. If you're not able to post your bond, you will stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
All
right, please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Kyle McRoy, please come to the podium. Clarence Donnell, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Kyle McRoy.
And when's your birthday?
30/10/80.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on two matters. The first one's a new case alleging aggravated assault as a Class 3 felony, dangerous drugs and narcotic drugs in your possession, both Class 4 felonies. An attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is June 9th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. You are eligible for release on your new case under a $15,000 secured appearance bond. Your other matter here today is a probation violation. So your new alleged criminal activity does trigger a Term 1 violation. An attorney has been appointed for you, and your next probation hearing is June 10th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. There's a $50 placeholder bond set there just to make sure that you get transported in case you're not able to post your bond. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you go to your hearings the 9th and the 10th and follow your terms and conditions of probation. Please take your paperwork, sir. Clarence Donnell, please come to the podium. Denise Kozimihalagu, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Clarence Lorenzo Donnell.
And your birthday, sir?
November 24th, 1999.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on three matters. The first one is a new case. In the new case, it is alleged that you resisted arrest with physical force, which is a Class 6 felony. Also aggravated assault, which is a Class 6 felony, and then giving a false report to law enforcement as a misdemeanor. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release on your new case in a $2,500 secured appearance bond. Your other matters here today, sir, are probation violations. So they're both warrants alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5. On one of them, you've been reinstated 3 times. On the other one, only 1 time, but your whereabouts have been unknown since last July. Yeah. So an attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing and your probation cases are June 10th. They're 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. The one is $500, the other one is $1,000. So altogether, you're looking at a $4,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to pay the $4,000, call your probation officer and go to your 2 hearings, the new case and the probation case. If not, you'll stay in custody and be transported there. Please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Denise Kozmi-Halaglu, please come to the podium. And then Marissa Eneguez, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Dennis Kosomi-Halala, 11194.
Okay. And sir, you'll want to look your best. So yeah, you're being recorded. You're here today on 3 matters. They're all probation violation warrants. An attorney has been appointed for you in each of them. It's alleged that you violated terms 2, 3, 4, 5, and 15. So your next hearing for probation is June 10th, downtown Phoenix at 8:30 in the morning. They carry various bonds, $500, Gesundheit, $1,000, Gesundheit, and another $300 for, oh goodness. So together it is $1,850. Okay, are you all right, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so your bond is set at $1,850 secured. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer and go to your hearings. Follow your terms of probation. If not, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearing.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. Marissa Ineguez, please come to the podium. And then Rashaw Harris, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Marissa Iniguez, 9/17/83.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize for saying your name incorrectly. You're here today on probation violation warrants. It's alleged that you violated terms 3, 4, 15, and that you last reported in October of last year. So on each of these warrants, I've appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing date is June 10th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And you do have varying bonds. One of them is $700. The other one is $400. And then the last one is $300. So altogether, that's $1,400 in secured appearance bond. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer and go to your hearing. Follow your terms of conditions of probation. If not, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your hearing. All right, please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Rashaw Harris, please come to the podium. Sheldon Christensen, have a seat by the door, please. Oh, right over here, sir. Oh, are you okay? Okay. Do we need to get medical attention?
No, he was in medical.
Okay, he's okay? Okay. Mr. Rashaw? Okay. Good evening, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
Sorry, here's one through the. I'm gonna try to eat.
Is your birthday January 13th, 1987?
I'm there.
Okay. So defendant has nodded his head yes. So he is here today on 2 probation violation warrants alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist him, and his next hearing is June 10 to 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. Each of the warrants that he has carries a bond. One is $250, the other one is $550. So that comes out to be, what does that come up to? $800? No. $250 and $550. Brain is not working.
800.
It is $800, yeah, okay. So the $800 secured appearance bond, if you're able to post it, make sure you call your probation officer and go to your hearing. And you are on IPS, sir, so it has to be right away that you call. If you can't post your bond, make sure you go to your, or you'll be transported to your hearing from being in custody. All right, sir, if you want to go ahead and take your paperwork, you can have it for your home. Okay.
This is my.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sheldon Christensen, please come to the podium, and then after that will be Nathan Espinosa. Have a seat by the door, please. Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
It's a very 1986. Sheldon Christensen.
Okay, and that was December 24th?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here today on 2 matters. The first one's a failure to appear at your status conference. You already have an attorney appointed in that case. Your next hearing is going to be downtown Phoenix, June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. When you fail to appear, a warrant was issued for your arrest. It does carry a $500 bond. Your other matter here today is a justice court warrant, and it's alleging shoplifting and criminal trespass. It's out of Maryvale. So an attorney has been appointed for you, but only in the matter of bond. If you want to hire an attorney or represent yourself, you can do that as well. Maryvale Justice Court is your next hearing date on June 8th at 8:30 in the morning. It carries a $250 bond. So altogether, sir, you're looking at $750. If you're able to post your bond, make sure you go to your hearing and follow your conditions of release. If you can't post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Nathan Espinosa, please come to the podium. Jason Calhoun, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Nathan Rios Espinoza, 4/22/1998.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because of a failure to appear at your status conference on March 16th of 2022. So you have an attorney in your case already, and your next hearing is now June 9th at 8:30 in the morning downtown Phoenix. You do have a bond set because they issued a warrant for your arrest when you failed to appear, and it is $500. If you're able to post that bond, make sure you go to the hearing. If you're not able to post it, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearing.
Your Honor, may I ask, for these new charges that got brought up, when was the date?
Okay, so these are not new charges, they're old charges. It's from a case that started on allegations of January 30th, 2019, having narcotic drugs in your possession. And then it shows that you failed to attend a hearing, and so they issued a warrant for your arrest back in 2022.
Okay.
So if you have questions, you should ask your attorney about it, but it does show that they issued a warrant for you on March 22nd, 2022, when you did not come to the hearing.
Okay.
Okay, please take your paperwork, sir.
No signing or nothing?
All right, we're going to pause for just one moment while I handle some DUI warrants, and then we'll continue. We will resume. Our next individual is Jason Calhoun, I think. Yeah, okay. And then after that will be Aisha Thomas. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jason Calhoun, November 13th, 1972.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a justice court warrant. It is alleging that you were acting as a contractor without the license required. So an attorney is being appointed for you because there is bond set. And your next hearing is the McDowell Mountain Justice Court on June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is set at $500 because it's your second failure to appear out there. So if you are able to post that bond, you won't have an attorney appointed. You'll have to hire one or represent yourself.
Okay.
All right. Otherwise, your release conditions are the same as before.
Okay.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, sir. Aisha Thomas, please come to the podium. Christopher Borger, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
My name is Aisha Thomas, 62991.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a probation violation warrant, and it looks like you have two of them. They are alleging that you violated terms 5 and terms 3 and 5. So an attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You do have bond. One of them is $150. The other one is $200. So that's $350 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post your bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearing. Follow your terms of probation. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Okay. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Christopher Borger, please come to the podium. Ashley Marjoram, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Christopher Joseph Borger, November 28th, 1976.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a probation violation warrant alleging terms 3 and 5. An attorney has been appointed to assist you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You do have a $250 bond. If you're able to post it, call your probation officer and go to your hearing. If not, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir. Ashley Marjoram, please come to the podium. Mark Thomas, have a seat by the door, please.
Hi.
Please say your name and date of birth.
Ashley Marjoram, 9/15/87.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on a new case alleging that you had narcotic drugs in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony. An attorney has been appointed for you, and your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on June 9th at 8:30 in the morning. I did notice that you had another matter that carries a high bond, so I'm putting a placeholder, a $50 bond on here to make sure that you don't get a failure to appear if you're still in custody.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork. Mark Thomas, please come to the podium, and then Alejandro Del Rio, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Mark Thomas, 10/1968.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It was alleged that you had dangerous drugs in your possession, which is a Class 4 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing will be downtown Phoenix on June 18th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released in a few hours under pretrial services supervision. So what that means is once you are released, give them a call within 72 hours and stay in contact with them until you go to your next hearing. And then the next judge may change these orders. No bail or bond is required from you today. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Alejandro Del Rio, please come to the podium. Michael Jenkins, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
My name is Alejandro Del Rio, March 17th, 1994.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a justice court warrant alleging disorderly conduct. So an attorney has not been appointed for you because of how it's been alleged as a misdemeanor. You can hire one or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at the Kyrene Justice Court on June 22nd. Actually, the attorney's not appointed because this is a failure to pay from 2022. So you're going to be released on your promise to go get this taken care of. But I need you to understand, sir, this warrant is unresolved. So I've also included their phone number for you. So you have a hearing date and a phone number. contact Irene, get this resolved so you don't keep getting picked up on this outstanding warrant.
Okay.
Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Okay, we do have several house calls, so I will read those in while we clear the gallery, and then we'll call Mr. Jenkins.
Commissioner, I have the ad sec here, Christopher Alvarado, if you want to talk to him.
Oh, okay, that would be great. Mr. Alvarado, please come into the podium. Please say your name and date of birth.
Christopher Michael Alvarado, 6/10/96.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a grand jury warrant. It was alleged that you may have caused criminal damage as a Class 5 felony. An attorney has been appointed to assist you. Your next hearing is June 10th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. The grand jury set the bond at $5,000 secured. So if you're able to post that bond, make sure you go to your next hearing.
That's it?
It is.
Those are all my charges?
That's what I see here today. So you do have several other open cases.
Yeah, drugs.
Okay.
Y'all don't have any other ones coming though?
Not that I can see, but I know you have some that you've already been seen on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just make sure that you go to all your hearings, and if you can post your bond, follow your release conditions. If not, then you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your hearing.
All right, well, how many, felony counts of criminal damage? I broke a lot of stuff.
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah, one count of criminal damage.
All right.
All right. Please
Thank
take
you.
your paperwork, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So we do have 11/29/95. She does have a new case alleging 27 counts of shoplifting with an artifice, which is a Class 4 felony, and then 2 counts of shoplifting as a misdemeanor. An attorney has been appointed for her, and her next hearing will be June 18th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. She is going to be released on her promise to go to that hearing. And I have included as well the requested order that she not return to any Kohl's stores in Arizona while this case is pending. And then we have Harley Stuskov-J, who is refusing orders. He's here because of a bench warrant. He didn't go to his non-probation violation hearing on January 12th. His date of birth is 9/2/1982. He does have attorney already appointed. His next hearing is June 10th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. He has a $350 bond. And then the last person on my calendar who might be a house call, I don't believe I'll be able to see him though, is Paul Dewey, because he is still asleep, most likely. Mr. Paul Dewey.
He's still in medical?
He's still in medical, yeah, okay. So he is going to be moved on to the next calendar, and perhaps I'll be able to see him at the 2 a.m. calendar.
Can I call you if
Yeah, we can see him ahead of time. So he's here because of a probation violation warrant. He does have a $1,000 bond, an attorney appointed, and his next hearing is June 10th. If I'm able to see him prior, then we can close it out. But if not, then we'll just keep watching out to see when he's available. Okay, Mr. Jenkins, please come to the podium. Please say your name and date of birth.
Michael Jenkins, April 14th, 1983.
Thank you, sir. You're here on a new Superior Court case alleging 10-count sexual exploitation of a minor, which is a Class 2 felony, as well as 2 counts of luring a minor for sexual exploitation, which is also a Class 2 felony. So this court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is June 9th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. You are still eligible for release under Arizona law. It is a cash-only appearance bond of $250,000 with electronic monitoring. If you are able to post your bond, make sure you follow your conditions and restrictions of release, and make sure you keep that monitor charged. If you are not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. You do have the release conditions also, whether you're in or out of custody, no contact with minors, and no internet usage except for work, school, pending legal cases. All right, please take your paperwork, sir. Thank you. I'm going to call one DUI warrant, and then I'll come around. Oh, this was our last matter on the initial appearance hearing calendar for 11 a.m. It is not my intention to return to this recording, so if there are any changes, they will be reflected on the written orders. you.